Gary, we're ready. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We appreciate you. Good evening. Members of the Governing Board, Vice President Ordway, and special guest, Superintendent Finch. Tonight is our final awards ceremony of the 2021 school year. We are honoring students and staff from all 5 Deer Valley regions representing extraordinary achievement in academics, fine arts, and athletics from a variety of grades. Honorees, when I am finished reading about your award, please come forward to Superintendent Dr. Finch to receive your certificate. Our Governing Board Vice President will give you an extraordinary DVUSD logo pin, and each of our Governing Board members will congratulate you on your extraordinary accomplishment. You will have your photo taken so we can share your good news in local media and social media. We begin tonight with the Deer Valley Education Foundation's Battle of the Books Champions. Teams from 27 schools across the district competed in the annual DVEF Battle of the Books. They were assigned 4 different books for 3 different competitions during the school year. This means students read and answered detailed questions from 12 different books in addition to completing their regular schoolwork. At the final competition, Team Unicorns, with a Z, Tyler Bedgood, Kaylor David, and Cole Flores, all 6th grade students at Stetson Hills, won the district championship for the 2nd year in a row. The team continued on to regionals where they represented DVUSD. Here's a look at the moment when they won the district championship.
What was Joey's father's first and last name? Carter Pizza. Yes!
The competition ends at 6th grade, so they have aged out, but they are now training one of their siblings to keep the dynasty going. Shout out to Stetson Hills Library Clerk Kimberly Lebhart for her support guiding this team. Congratulations to the DVUSD Battle of the Books champions, Team Unicorns. Congratulations, Tyler Bedgood, Kaylor David, and Cole Flores couldn't be here tonight. All right, Kayla, do you want them down? Congratulations, thank you. You pins? I did. Yes, because you deserve them too. Thank you. All 8th grade Highland Lakes Renaissance students took part in the cross-curricular problem-based learning project to create a waste-free city 100 years in the future. 3 of the groups decided to take their projects and enter the Arizona Regional State Competition. Students were required to do endless amounts of research, write an essay, create a scale model of their city, create a video presentation, and participate in several Q&A interviews with expert engineer judges. In the Arizona Future City competition, one of the teams from Highland Lakes, 8th grade students Lily Hall, Sarah Q, and Avery White, who called their team in Project Aloe Vera City, won the state competition as well as receiving the award for the most innovative design. Gifted teacher Tina Smith was also awarded the Educational Excellence Award. Aloe Vera City represented Arizona in the National Future City competition, where they faced 41 teams from across the country and 3 teams from China. The Highland Lakes team received a special award for having the best futuristic city. This is the first year that Highland Lakes participated in the Future City competition, and we are very proud of their success. Congratulations to the Arizona Future City competition champions, the team from Highland Lakes, 8th grade students, Lily Hall, Sarah Q, and Avery White. get one picture with the students, and we'd like to have their teacher on deck for a photo as well. Show the logo, but right side up, please. All right, go. Oh, nope. Okay, go step on in. Right next to the teacher. Thank you. Congratulations. Tonight, we had planned to honor the second of two Barry Goldwater High School students who were named Outstanding Phoenix Youth Leaders of the Year by the City of Phoenix and their prospective City Council districts. The Outstanding Phoenix Youth Leader of the Year program recognizes and honors the outstanding achievements of young people and celebrates the positive contributions to society. Maya Kozariva was the winner from District 1, and District 1 City Councilwoman, also one of our board members, Governing Board President Ann O'Brien, had hoped to both be here tonight. Unfortunately, Mrs. O'Brien isn't feeling well, and Maya is on her senior trip, so we're going to hold on to her award until the fall. Congratulations, Maya. That's Maya. All right. We also want to recognize Mountain Ridge High School senior Janisa Rona, who won first place in the 2022 Congressional Art Awards. Janisa's artwork was chosen based on its artistic excellence for our congressional district, represented by Debbie Lesko. The artwork, titled Benji Rona, is a monochromatic drawing of Janisa's father at work during the pandemic. Her artwork will now be displayed at the U.S. Capitol for 1 year, and Janisa has won a trip to Washington, D.C. to go see the exhibit. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight, but congratulations go out to the 2022 Congressional Art Award winner, graduate from Mountain Ridge, Janisa Rona. Also tonight, we congratulate Rihanna Chatterjee, junior from Mountain Ridge High School, who was recently named one of only 56 students across the state to earn a spot in the University of Arizona Keys Research Internship Program at the University of Arizona. She will participate in a unique 7-week summer opportunity where she will gain valuable experience with real-world application of bioscience research guided by you Arizona faculty, researchers, and laboratory mentors. She's very excited about getting to participate in this internship, and she's taking a quick vacation with her family before she starts. We will mail her certificate and pin, but please help me congratulate Keys Research Internship participant, Mountain Ridge's Rihanna Chatterjee. Next up, another exclusive summer opportunity. TGen's Bioscience Leadership Academy is a 2-week bioscience program serving just 20 Arizona school students every summer. Mountain Ridge's Taylor Rainey was selected from among hundreds of applicants to attend this intensive education and leadership program focusing on elevating students' understanding of biosciences and precision medicine. TGen scientists and staff share their research expertise and expose students to technical skill basics, lab shadowing, clinical trials, bioethics, experimental design, clinical application of genomic medicine, and the translational process, a diversity of careers and topics in neurological disease, cancer, diabetes, and infectious disease. The program also includes a leadership component focused on STEM professional skills such as science communication, public speaking, interdisciplinary and collaborative workplace skills, and networking. Each graduate of the program will receive a $1,000 scholarship. This is a huge honor for our bioscience program, Biomedical Sciences honors teacher Kim Rogers, and our Mountain Ridge student. Congratulations to T-Gen's Bioscience Leadership Academy participant, Mountain Ridge Junior Taylor Rainey. And we'll have a picture with Taylor, and then her teacher is on deck. Thank you, Mrs. Rogers. Congratulations. The next honoree has become a bit of a regular at the Governing Board Awards ceremonies. This is the 5th recognition that Salil Naik has received from the Governing Board this semester. Tonight, we recognize Salil for having been selected as one of only 20 U.S. presidential scholars in CTE from across the country. This is one of the highest awards the nation can bestow upon a graduating high school senior. Salil's selection as a U.S. presidential scholar from a group of highly accomplished and qualified semifinalists is based on his scholastic achievement, career preparation, demonstrated leadership ability, community service, strong character, and commitment to high ideals. Debbie Moore, one of his teachers at Mountain Ridge, pictured here in the lower right, says Salil is an intelligent and driven student who takes advantage of opportunities and makes the most of them. Not all students do that. Some kids are afraid to get out of their comfort zone or take a chance because they might mess up their perfect resume. Salil puts himself out there, entering challenging contests, going for internships, and pushing himself to do more. But what makes Salil one of the most incredible students Debbie's ever worked with is that he truly wants to make the world a better place. And he wants to use his intellect, creativity, and innovation to impact the world in a positive way. He has so many gifts and talents, but he is truly a humble and caring person who is passionate about the world and the people in it. And isn't that the vision DVUSD has for all of our students? We are excited to see Salil live out that vision. Kudos to Mountain Ridge and teacher Debbie Moore on being named a 2022 U.S. Presidential Scholar Most Influential Teacher after having 2 CTE Presidential Scholars in the past 2 years. A highly deserved congratulations to the U.S. Presidential Scholar and Mountain Ridge graduate, Salil Naik. He's had some practice. Oh. Come on in, Debbie. Much deserved. Congratulations and best of luck, Salil. All right, shifting now to our Spring Sports Awards when we honor our state champions and runners-up. We begin with Barry Goldwater High School sophomore Josiah Anderson, who captured the 400-meter state track and field title. Josiah made it to state as a freshman last year, finishing 4th and getting back to state as his focus this year. Head track and field coach Bill Scott said, "We knew what he could do as a runner, and he set out to prove it to himself." Josiah's introduction to track and field was brought about by his mom, Shauna Griffin, who ran track at the University of Arizona, where she became an outstanding 800-meter runner. Josiah also ran for the Arizona Rising Sun at Deer Valley Middle School and now for Barry Goldwater. He entered the state track meet as the top seed and favorite to win, and the only athlete at that time to have run under 50 seconds during the season. He captured the championship at 49.04 seconds. Very nice. He has big plans for the future. He wants to continue to make it to state meets and place well in whatever meet he runs in and receive a full track scholarship to a university. But his ultimate future goal is to run in the Olympics, and we will be cheering you on. Congratulations. Congratulations, state track and field 400-meter state champion, Barry Goldwater sophomore, Josiah Anderson. Congratulations. All right, sticking to track and field, we move to Deer Valley High School shot put state runner-up Samaje James. Samaje came into his senior season with a great attitude, determined to improve in shot put. You may recall he was a state runner-up last year in his first full year throwing the shot put. He was consistent all year and improved his marks. Samaje won the Mountain Ridge Invitational, the Ron Smith Invitational, the Westside Invitational, and was DVUSD district champion for the second year in a row. His head track coach, Kevin Regal, said, "When you get to the state meet, one goal is to perform your best." Well, Samaje, for 2 years in a row, threw his best marks of the season at the state meet when it mattered most, and that is the true definition of a competitor. At the state meet, Samaje threw the shot put for a personal best of 55 feet, 5 and a quarter inches. Coach Regal, along with throws coach CJ Morgan and Deer Valley, will miss Samaje as he moves on to pursue opportunities and take his talents to the next level. Congratulations to Deer Valley High School graduate and Arizona track and field shot put state runner-up Samaje James. Maybe three-stepper. Congratulations. Oh, wait. CJ, we need a photo with you. Yep, his coach is here. So therefore, you get to be in the picture. There you go. Congratulations. DVUSD logo. Wear the thread. All right. Okay, next up, Sandra Day O'Connor. All right, Sandra Day O'Connor brought home 1 runner-up title and 2 state championships this spring. We begin with the state champion beach volleyball team. This special, let's do it. This special group, who went through some hurdles throughout the season, their coach Jamie Spartz says they came together stronger than ever and battled to strive for the title. This is one of the most determined groups in our program with great talent, coaching staff, and team culture. They finished the regular season with a record of 11-1 and overall record 15-1. These state champions and D1 Section 4 champions are amazing. Athletes who collected several accolades along the season, including state runner-up in pairs for Sydney Broadway and Margot Smith, and Player of the Year title for Sydney Broadway. Coach Jamie Spartz was named Coach of the Year. Several players were named to first team and second team all-region, and all 5 seniors will continue playing at the next level next year in college. Congratulations to the Sandra Day O'Connor State Championship Beach Volleyball Team, Kale Welburn, Sarah Lewis, Sydney Broadway, Maxine Curtin, Delaney Gregory, Sophia Myers, Olivia LeBlanc, Tana Wright, Sydney Lambert, Katie Lambeth, Margot Smith, Ashlyn Ruff, Tristan Smith, Reese Holtorf, Leighton Helt, Piper Rama, Liana Huesca, and their head coach, Jamie Spartz.
They're gonna.
The next slide, you got to put the board members in front.
I know. Even now, the girls look how tall they are. Get on your knees, girls.
Yeah.
Huh? Bend over. You guys are too tall. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, go ahead and take a step down.
So in the second
Coach can stay up. Coach can do what Coach wants to do.
Come on, Sparks, you're not that tall.
Are we good?
Yep.
Do we have any other coaches here? No? And Lynn Miller's walking away, so, okay, he says he's good. Congratulations. After a heartbreaking loss, losing in the finals last year, the Sandra Day O'Connor High School boys volleyball team was very motivated this season. Head coach Troy Dooling says, along our path to the state championship, we traveled to California and won the Best of the West. OHS was the first non-California or Hawaii team ever to win it, so that was a very historic event. The team then went on to Vegas and competed and won the Eastern Invite. They won their final tournament, the Brophy Invite, competing against the top 8 teams in Arizona. They then finished the season with a 44-0 record and ended the year with a USA Today ranking of #1 in the country. Coach, Coach Dooling says all the credit goes to the boys who remained mentally and physically tough day in and day out. Here is a look at the championship winning point and celebration. All right, congratulations to the Sandra Day O'Connor state champion boys volleyball team. Keegan Christensen, Sebastian Malcolm, Austin Mogul, Preston Connolly, Kia Jacino, Connor Knutson, JD Special, Jared Sparks, Tate Miller, Loden Helt, Dallin Clark, Zach Rama, Jackson Air, Finn Kearney, Bryce Robbins, and coaches Troy Dooling, Jeff Williams, Slate Mitchell, and Ryan Douglas.
You might have to go outside, huh?
Zach is kind of doing it on his own, so all right.
Okay. Zach, there you go. Zach's the tall one.
Yeah, I don't know if you can go on. Actually, it's look in the middle.
Look in the middle. They'll look at your mom.
All right, congratulations. All right, the final Spring Sports Award for Sandra Day O'Connor High School is for track and field. The 4x400 meter relay team came up big at the state meet, finishing as state runners-up. Head track coach Eric Bolas says, words cannot express how proud the O'Connor coaches are of these athletes. They set a new school record of 3:19.34 in the 4x400 meter relay. That performance came despite two of the athletes feeling ill, but the team still figured out how to make it to the podium at the state championship meet. Coach says for these boys to finish state runner-up in the 4x400 relay is an incredible accomplishment. Great job, Eagles. Congratulations to the Sandra Day O'Connor track and field state runner-up 4x400 meter relay team, Ben Currance, Connor Kittleson, Jonathan Lee, William Romley, and their head coach, Eric Bolas. And also congratulations to assistant coach Trey Armstrong. Continuing on with track and field, but moving over to Mountain Ridge High School. Junior Maya Verse captured the state runner-up title in discus. Maya may have been encouraged in track and field initially by her dad, Eric, who was an All-American, and her brother, Jared, who led his team to state championships in Pennsylvania a few years ago. When she enrolled at MRHS sophomore year, she was met by a warm staff who encouraged her to try new things, and track and field fit the bill. The great sense of teamwork combined with discipline of strength and endurance building made a difference. Maya was able to set goals to first push herself and find ways to elevate the team's ranks and reach new highs. In addition to accomplishments in discus, she set new Mountain Ridge records in shot put and high jump. At the state meet, she threw a personal best in discus, hitting 124 feet 2 inches. And this isn't even Maya's best sport. She is listed by ESPN as a top women's basketball player for the class of 2023. She looks forward to next year's state meets, as well as attending college at one of the 17 schools where she currently has D1 offers for basketball. She enjoys both sports, loves her coaches and teammates, and we can't wait to see her senior year at Ridge. Congratulations to the state runner-up in discus, Mountain Ridge High School junior Maya Verse. All right, continuing with spring sports, Mountain Ridge High School recently won the AIA State Directors Cup Award for Outstanding Athletics. This means Mountain Ridge is a top high school in all of Arizona, is the top high school in all of Arizona in terms of excellence in athletics, scholarship, activities, service, community, and character-based initiatives. The criteria for the Director's Cup includes implementation of a character education or sportsmanship program in the school's AIA-sanctioned activities and athletics. The percentage of a school's students participating in AIA-sanctioned activities and athletics, and the impact that those students have had on the school's climate. Criteria including game management, sportsmanlike conduct, and activity and participation. Points are deducted from schools reporting any incident or corrective action is necessary, as well as for late reports and tournament information. Points are computed from the fall and winter sports season for the 21-22 academic year. And finally, the cumulative GPA of all students participating in AIA-sanctioned activities and athletics. I mentioned that this award was recent. The event took place Sunday evening. Here is a clip from the acceptance speech from Mountain Ridge Assistant Principal and Athletic Director Tony Miller.
A huge honor. We've hit on community a lot today, and as I look at that back table, it really is a community that makes an award like this so special. If you look at my back table, my principal, David Vines, is here. My district athletic director, Scott Warner, is here. Assistant Principal Paul Strauss, our athletic trainer Kim Rogers, equipment manager Jeff Johnson, athletic assistant Laura Wesson, and the lady that makes sure all of my finances are not messed up, and I really need the most help with that, Anna Moses is here. We have an amazing team that works together so incredibly well. And to come back to my alma mater and have the opportunity to help guide so many amazing students and have the opportunity to have two leaders in Mr. Vines and Mr. Warner that they do put up with a lot of crazy ideas that Tony comes up with, but they're always supportive. And I can't say thank you. Yeah, I can see you shaking your head. Thank you, David. But I can't say thank you enough for that, because having that kind of support in what we do means everything.
Congratulations. Mountain Ridge Athletic Director Tony Miller, Principal David Vines, and District Athletic Director Scott Warner on Mountain Ridge High School winning the AIA State Directors Cup for Outstanding Athletics. Don't drop the cup. Congratulations, Mountain Ridge. Our final sports recognition tonight goes to Boulder Creek High School softball coach Ed McQuaid, who was named the National Federation of State High Schools Association National Coach of the Year. For more, yes. For more than 40 years, Coach McQuaid led Greenway High School to win nearly 900 wins, 5 state championships, while being named AIA State Softball Coach 5 times. He currently serves as the AIA Softball Advisory Committee after previously serving from 2013 to 2018. Coach McQuaid is a member of the Arizona High School Athletic Coaches Hall of Fame, Arizona Softball Foundation Hall of Fame, and Arizona High School Athletic Coaches Hall of Fame. He has guided 56 players to 36 different four-year universities, including 3 who are current Division I head coaches. Ed McQuaid was named NFHS National Coach of the Year in softball for the 2021 school year. He was one of 23 coaches honored by the National Federation of State High School Associations as the top of their sport. Congratulations to the Boulder Creek head softball coach and NFHS National Coach of the Year, Ed McQuaid. Congratulations, Coach. For our final award tonight, it is my pleasure to introduce the Arizona School Public Relations Association, or ASPRA, past president Richard Franco.
Thank you, Monica. And it's so cool to be in a room with so much excellence tonight.
Welcome to Deer Valley.
So thank you, Monica, and thank you, Dr. Finch and Governing Board, for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm here to recognize your Communications and Community Engagement Department. Yeah. Because they have a hard time bragging about themselves like communications departments do. ASPRA's highest statewide award is the Copper Medallion, given for the most outstanding, comprehensive, and well-planned public relations program that addresses internal and external audiences with a mix of effective methods. The DVUSD Communications Department received the ASPRA Copper Medallion for their extraordinary work in marketing. The judges for this award were school communications experts from across the country, and all three gave Deer Valley perfect scores. Recognizing their kindergarten marketing campaign during the 2021 school year when the COVID pandemic was raging and impacting the communications team with the loss of Deer Valley's longtime webmaster. By January 2021, kindergarten registration for the following school year was down 80% compared to the previous year. If something wasn't done quickly, DVUSD would see a major drop in enrollment in August of 2021. Your communications team could have kept quiet and hoped for the best, in hopes that enrollment would just turn around on its own. But I've learned that's not Deer Valley's way. The small but mighty team got to work, creating a comprehensive strategic campaign that was highly successful. Deer Valley tried new tactics like drive-through events, webinars with kindergarten experts, and plastering their message on a new school district-owned billboard. Their efforts paid off. On the first day of school this past year, DVUSD had an additional 209 kindergarten students enrolled compared to the previous year, which brought in more than $520,000 in funding for the district, earning them the Copper Medallion Award. The communications team shared with me that they recognize how truly grateful they are to have a supportive superintendent, governing board, and district that allows them to deliver high-quality campaigns to the community. They also wish to recognize the work and dedication of Tracy Nelson, Communications Secretary of 6 years. During the preparation for their marketing campaign, Tracy was battling a serious illness, but never let that slow her down. She kept her positive, can-do attitude and kind, helpful nature. Tracy was at the helm of coordinating the district's drive-through events, was the meticulous proofreader of the team's marketing collateral, and kept the department organized and on track. Shortly before learning that the team won the Copper Medallion Award, Tracy took leave in hopes of solving her medical issues. Unfortunately, these proved to be too much, and she lost her battle a few weeks ago. Not before her team delivered her Copper Medallion on a visit where she was able to celebrate their team's success. Congratulations to the winner of Arizona's highest award in school communications, the Copper Medallion, DVUSD's Communication and Community Engagement Department, Tracy Nelson, Kayla Pulaga, and Monica Allred.
You're good. Good.
Thank you for attending the board awards. I appreciate everyone's patience tonight. The board meeting will begin shortly.
We will call our governing board meeting to order at 7:16. We have Mrs. O'Brien and Mrs. Reed joined by phone, and the rest of us are here. So let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and stay standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And tonight, with our moment of silence, I'd like to keep our families from Texas in our thoughts. Okay, thanks. Mrs. Fisher, did you want to do adoption of the agenda?
I move that we adopt the agenda, removing,
Oh, hold on one second. Sounds like it's going to be a list. Go ahead.
agenda items F and G for separate consideration.
Are you talking about from consent agenda?
Yes,
Okay, and that was F and G?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
Wait a minute, I don't think she's done. Are you done?
Sorry.
That was it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mrs. O'Brien.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So,
I'm on.
we're going to move on to public comment. Do we have any? Okay, hold on one second, please. We have two, so if Beth Baker and Leopold M. Would get in line, that would be great. Thank you. All right, the board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item in specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic, and hand it into the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. Speakers must make their comments no more than 3 minutes. If necessary to accommodate all speakers within the 30-minute period, the board president may shorten each speaker's time, and since there are two, you'll both get your 3 minutes. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona open meeting law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items that are not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. So Beth Baker, please state your name.
My name is Beth Baker. Good evening, distinguished members of the board and Dr. Finch. I am one of two heads for the Deer Valley gifted community. Elmira is out of town, otherwise she would have been here today. The DVGC is the main parent group representing the over 5,000 students in our district who receive gifted services. For those in the audience who are not familiar with gifted educational services, please think of needed educational supports for neurodiverse students whose brains are wired to learn differently. I'm here tonight on behalf of the DVGC to publicly honor, recognize, and personally thank Adam Lanningham for all of his hard work on behalf of our students. In order to comprehend, borrowing the district's keyword, just how extraordinary Adam has been for our gifted services, I feel the need to offer you a comparable neighboring district which is well recognized for its gifted services, so you have a good perspective to understand and appreciate his hard work. In the Paradise Valley District, at the district level, there is a director, gifted testing technician, gifted cluster coach, gifted program mentor, and an administrative assistant. Adam has been building our program here with only an administrative assistant to help him at the district level as he leads and guides and supports our gifted services. During his tenure here, he was first a gifted teacher, where he was recognized as an Arizona Gifted Teacher of the Year. He then stepped into the district's Manager of Gifted Services role and has worked hard across all campuses, identifying the best version of gifted programs to fit the needs of those students while utilizing the school's unique resource base. He added a gifted preschool program. He's helped create an additional K-8 school that will come online of self-contained this next year. He has expanded the gifted services up into the high school level, so there are now gifted services unique to each high school because we know students do not outgrow their neurodiversity. He has held parent education workshops, bringing in expert speakers to help us better support our kids. He started gifted summer camps. He created an annual Gifted Parent Institute, which was not only able to help our parents, but be advertised across the whole city, which enhanced the strength of Deer Valley's reputation within the gifted community. He also expanded the resource and knowledge base for our own teachers, as well as promoted our district at both a state and national level by serving as a board member of the Arizona Association of Gifted and Talented, as well as becoming the Arizona liaison for the SEN group, which is a national group supporting the emotional needs of the gifted. Then during this pandemic, he has gone above the call of duty with making sure that all of the services continued on as well. Adam, on behalf of our Deer Valley gifted community, I wanted to thank you so much for all of the support you've put in and the dedication and hard work you've done for us. And then personally, on behalf of my 3 children, their educational experience would have been vastly different without the support of the gifted services.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, it's Leah.
Yeah.
Yeah, state your name and then your time will begin.
I'm Leo Mate, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and DVUSD staff members. Thank you for your time and consideration as I will be discussing the issues I have had with the standards-based grading system. I'm a junior who graduated this year from Sandra Day O'Connor High School, and I've had many problems with said grading system. The first and, in my opinion, most problematic part of the system is the confusion it caused students like myself. Many times in classes, I had a 3, but I couldn't tell if I was on the precipice of a 4 or one bad grade away from a 2. This ambiguity made me feel like I was spending more time trying to calculate my grade than actually studying. This confusion was only heightened by the inconsistencies of weights for grades in each class. As an example of this, in my math class, homework grades were weighted similarly to quizzes, but across all my other classes, that was not the case. This caused more confusion and actually put me at a disadvantage in the class, as I did not know this until it was too late, because I was spending time when prioritizing it on tests and quizzes over homework. This is similar to the alphabetic way of grading, as it is inconsistent, but at least in that system, I felt like I was capable of, looking at it and understanding it better than assuming what I was told at the start of the year. Continuing on with this point, I wasn't sure what a 2 or 3 or a 4 even meant. For some teachers, it was the same as the other grading system, but for others, it was based off if a student went above and beyond. And that means if you didn't, you were stuck at the equivalency of a B, even if you knew all the material taught. This creates a problem as, again, some classes will require more work only because of how a teacher interprets the system. These inconsistencies have caused problems not only in high school, but after I've graduated, as colleges have no clue how to interpret the system, and it's hard for me to convey that. When I was applying for college courses and scholarships just recently, it was hard to explain to them what my grade meant, even with my transcript. This caused me to miss out on opportunities due to them misunderstanding my grades. So overall, the hassle I've faced since graduating has been due to the grading system more so than anything during the time without it. Again, thank you guys for your consideration on this grading system, since I think on paper it was a very good idea, but in execution it feels very inconsistent. Again, thank you for your time and consideration, as my experiences are not alone, and thousands of other students that I've went to high school with over the years has had the same problems as me.
Thank you. All right. We will move to old business, but ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the grades 6 through 10 ELA gifted advanced honors and IB curriculum adoption. A second?
I second.
Okay, I don't know who that was, but it was one of them. Ms. Reed, okay. Dr. Galligan?
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. This is a very similar presentation, so I'm just going to click through it right now, just as to remind you, since the last time you saw this was on April 12th. If you remember, this is a recommendation from the committee for resources for our gifted learners across those grades. Jacob's Ladder is one, William and Mary, the Renaissance Highly Gifted Program, Wordly Wise Vocabulary, Common Lit Essentials Pro, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth. And where I want to stop for just a moment, the board had requested information on how we would be rolling out professional development and the actual resources. So I'm going to ask that Adam and Elizabeth, Adam is our, as you know, Manager of Gifted Services, and Elizabeth is our 712 ELA, just to explain in a little more depth of the training and PD. And Adam, if you'd start.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan. Members of the governing board, the Jacob's Ladder and William and Mary is specifically for our gifted teachers in 6th through 8th grade. We have monthly meetings, and at these meetings, part of those meetings are to provide professional development and collaboration. So we will be spending time at those meetings to work on these two curriculums. We also have our PLCs that the teachers are able to collaborate at, and they will be using these materials during their PLCs. The Jacob's Ladder we adopted last year for the K through 5. It is a very simple, straightforward program with interesting readings and multiple levels of questioning for their students. And William and Mary we've had in the district for many years, so many of the teachers are already familiar with that. As far as the Wordly Wise, that is also going to be in our Renaissance program. They have had that program for many years, and this is a continuation of that.
Governing Board, I would like to explain that Common Lit Pro will be used for our 6th through 8th advanced courses and will be given training and parameters for units that will be used in these courses. That training will be first available at Tech Fest in July, and there will be continued training throughout the year. Bedford, Freeman, and Worth is the publisher of the books that we purchased for 11th and 12th grade AP literatures and language classes, and now we would be bringing it to 9th and 10th grade honors classes. They actually offer one-on-one training for teachers at the time they would like to learn, as well as we'll have onboarding sessions during Tech Fest and teacher trainings provided throughout next school year.
Thank you. The implementation is going to be adjusted. Our goal had been to have materials in the hands of teachers prior to the end of the school year, but the school year has ended, so we will make sure that the teachers have access to them through the summer if this is approved. One of the other questions that was asked is the process that teachers go through to request additional approved resources. We know that many teachers use whole novels as part of their instruction. We have a protected novel list for all grade bands that is published on our district website that teachers can select from and parents can review. It is important that all supplemental novels that a student may be asked to read each year be vetted and approved by the school site, the school district, before being assigned to students. Alignment to state academic standards is the top priority, as well as appropriateness of age level and content. For the sake of clarity in this situation, a novel could be a play, nonfiction text, or collection of poetry, prose, or essays not taught as the excerpt or from a district-adopted or approved materials. There is a specific approval process a teacher must follow that starts with the campus administrator, and if approved, is then reviewed and approved by the Director of Academics and Assessment, and then at that point, it is added to the approved novel list. Let me go to that slide, I'm sorry. So what you will see here is our three categories are adopted materials that the board adopts, curated materials that are curated by teacher teams and then embedded in our curriculum documents, and then teacher previewed materials, and those are when a teacher, as I just mentioned, would like to use an entire novel study, and there is a complete process in place for that. One of our board members had asked that we talk about what do we do when teachers want to use something that is not part of the board-adopted resources. And at least for English language arts, we have a very specific process that is in place. Specifically now to the costs of the materials that Adam and Elizabeth just talked to. And the reason we are coming to you a little late was simply because one of our vendors had some disagreement with a couple of the ways, Adam, it was, I believe, it was taxes. And so our purchasing and Adam and Elizabeth and the vendor have got that all cleared up. And so the total that you see here is very similar to the total that you saw on April 12th. The total cost for this adoption is $353,826. That does include tax, shipping, and PD. If it is approved, this order will be put in this week so we can get the materials to teachers in June while they're doing their PLC work and planning for next year. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher?
Do we have an opt-out for parents who express concern, like for a text? Do we have alternative text, just in case?
If you notice here, we do have a row on objection or concerns that are approached. And yes, if a teacher is using a full novel, what we will do is we will find very similar things that are in our adopted texts. We've done that for years. And so there are options for our students.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Paperman?
So my question is, is this curriculum, like for example, the 353,000, like do we do this every X amount of years? Like how many times do we change the curriculum?
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, generally our adoptions will be anywhere from 5 to 7 years. It just depends on the vendor. We would prefer to go the 7 years, mainly because we're using licenses now and updates are made throughout that adoption period where we don't have to continue with what we started with. Those adoptions are usually changed throughout that period.
Okay, and I assume that we look at data, right, to see the curriculum, if we need to move forward to have more funding to adopt more curriculum. So it depends on the data.
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, if we notice that our enrollment in our gifted programs is expanding, which would be marvelous and wonderful, we do have a process for our schools to purchase books, but what we will also do is we'll look to see if any of our schools have books that are not in use, and we will do that trading between our campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
I don't have any questions.
Mrs. O'Brien?
I don't either.
And I don't. So all those in favor, say aye.
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 5 ayes, so there's no nays. All right, let's move on to our ASBA. I would ask that the governing board provide direction to the ASBA delegate or governing board secretary to submit our political agenda priorities proposed on behalf of DVUSD. Mrs. O'Brien, did you want to say something about this?
So we have a rather varied listing from the board members. Mrs. Taylor, are these in the list that says that you put them in, are they in a ranked order?
Yes, they're in ranked order. Anne.
Okay. Sorry, I was having. So the top 5 are all have to do with adequately, with all under the funding, maximize, revise, and then fully fund daycare, provide funding, and eliminate unfunded mandates.
Yes, and I'm sorry, the document that's attached is our ranked order of our agenda.
Okay, it's just interesting that all 5 of them came from funding. That's all, and none of the other areas. So I just was trying to confirm, Mrs. Ordway. So really, we have to turn in, our top 5, and then we have the option to provide 2 alternates as well. So the discussion or the thing for the board to determine is if they just want to do the top 7 or if they want to consider others that were submitted, under some of the other categories.
Oh, okay, so I was going to ask Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Paperman, Ms. Reed, yourself, myself, and see if we're where we are. Does that work?
Okay. Yep.
Mrs. Fisher.
So you ranked them total, not by group? Total. Okay. Well, the only one I'm opposed to is the number 8th one. So if we only do 5 and 2, then I'm good because we don't submit the one. I'm only opposed to the affordable housing. I'd rather pay our employees right and let them.
Yeah, I think we're turning 5, so that
If we're
didn't
just
make the
going to do
cut.
5 and 2 alternatives, that still would be number 8.
Mrs. Paperman?
Yeah, I was questioning also the affordable housing. So the other ones, like I'm okay with, but yeah, I don't know how would that be put in place.
So you're good with the first 2 and the
Yeah.
second,
Yeah.
or the first 5 and the second 2 being alternate? Mrs. Reed?
I'm really having a hard time hearing anything. So, Mrs. Ordway, I can hear you probably the clearest, and that's about it.
Do you have the political agenda priority issues brought up on your screen?
I do have them.
Okay, so far Mrs. Fisher is good with the 5 and the 2 alternates. Mrs. Paperman is good with the 5 and the 2 alternates. Now it's your turn to tell us what you're good with.
Thank you. I am good with those also.
I am good with them also. Mrs. O'Brien? Mrs. O'Brien, I know you can't talk hardly, but are you still there?
Sorry, I was on mute. I apologize. I forgot to unmute myself. I just want to clarify that our top 5 are maximize state funding, revise the school finance formula, fully fund full day kindergarten, provide funding to individual districts to implement locally directed school safety programs, 2, 3, 4, and then eliminate unfunded mandates and administrative burdens.
That is correct. And then the next 2 are the alternative 2.
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay, so all those in favor say. Oh, I need, okay. Ms. Fisher second, so now we can vote on that. All those in favor say aye.
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 5 ayes, no nays. Well, hello, Mrs. Myers. Anyway, I would ask that the governing board approve district instructional calendars for the 24-25 school year. Second, please.
Second.
Pardon me?
Do we
I
need the-
second.
Thank you.
Do we need the motion to say which one? Because there's options.
No, we have a presentation and then we can vote. We're just, yeah, and then I'll
Yes,
amend
we'll
it.
have to amend. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. O'Brien. You can take the floor now.
Just start the beginning. Good evening. Sorry.
Good evening, Governing Board. Dr. Finch, thank you. We are here this evening to present to you options for the 23-24 school year and 24-25. The purpose, just as a reminder, is to discuss these options. We do not bring forth the staff development days, etc. And then we are bringing 2 years for your consideration this year. Previewing an accelerated learning calendar. So for the first calendar that we are looking at for 23-24, and this is a review as you have seen this before, is for our start date to be July 31st. Then we have Labor Day and September 25th as a fall break day, October 9th as a fall break day, which coincides with Columbus Day, November 10th, which is Veterans Day, a week at Thanksgiving, 2 weeks for the holiday, for the winter holiday, with January 2nd. Actually, this is 11 days because the first is on a Monday, and then we have January 2nd as a staff development day. So there's actually 12 days off for students in this calendar. February 19th, or January 15th and 19th are MLK and President's Day, a week at March. March 29th as our spring break day, ending school for students on May 16th. The semester days, 91 in the first semester, 89 in the second. And if we went and looked at option B then, option B, we again start on July 31st. Looking at September, we have 2 days, the 25th and 26th as a fall break. We still have October 9th. We still have the same in November. And we look at the winter break, this is the difference where you see we have school December 18, 19, with the winter break going from December 20th through January 2nd, with a staff development day on January 3rd, returning to school January 4th. Same holidays, same March, everything is same, ending school then on May 16th for students. Those are the 2 options, and if you look at them, just to note the differences, 2 fall break days in option A versus 3 fall break days in option B. The winter break is the other difference, where we start in option A on 12/18. Well, you go through school, it's 2 weeks ending school on Friday. And then if you look at option B, you are starting your break on Wednesday, the 20th, going into January. And those are the 2 major differences. The committee, 9 supported A and 6 supported B in these calendars. We did bring to you, and I won't go over these again, other districts looking at the differences in the accelerated learning calendar districts as well as the traditional calendar districts. So I know you've seen these before. So going on then to our 2024-25 accelerated learning calendar information. I'm then going to turn it over to Dr. Galligan just to review and add a few more notes for you this evening.
Thank you, Karen. President O'Brien, members of the board, Finch. I just want to go over a few things based on the requests that the board made at the last board meeting. Again, we're talking about an accelerated learning calendar that focuses on student learning. That calendar would have a different start date. It would start about 7 school days earlier. It would include 2 intersession breaks of 2 weeks, one in the fall, one in the spring, and then, of course, our winter break. There are some other advantages that we talked about at the last board meeting. I won't go over those yet, but they are there for you. I did want to remind you of the survey results that came out. We had just over 4,000 parents complete the survey. And you will notice I have my glasses on tonight so that I can see. Of the parents that were surveyed, 41% strongly supported, 38% did not support, and 21% somewhat supported. So in our parent survey, there were more parents who strongly supported. In our stakeholders, our teacher, our classified, our campus administrators are exempt. You can see here for our certified, 39%. Again, even with my glasses, I'm so sorry.
Did you want to
Supported.
ask Jim how he does it?
I think, how does he do that? I mean, really? Well, you can see in each of the certified, the classified, the admin, and the exempt, the strongly support was higher in all 4 cases, in some cases by slight numbers, in some cases by large numbers, as opposed to those in green that did not support at all. Then when we look at this particular one, the all parents on the top left and the all employees on the bottom left, you can see again, 41% of our parents strongly support, 38% do not support, with 21 somewhat. For all employee groups, 38% strongly support, 29% did not support, with 33% somewhat supporting. When we put all of those survey results together, for all of our stakeholder groups, 40% strongly support moving forward with the accelerated learning calendar, 35% do not support, and 24% somewhat support. We also, if you remember, did stakeholder focus groups with each of our stakeholder groups again, and you can see there in the graphic representation that, again, for our certified and classified groups, we split it into in favor, not in favor, on the fence, or know very little and would need more information. And you can see the numbers there are very close as far as in favor and not in favor, as well as kind of on the fence, needing more information. And then for our parent focus group, you can see in the blue, strongly support, the red and not in favor, and then in the yellow on the fence. And so that was the focus group information. Again, that additional bit of information, when we met with the calendar committee on March 30th, Karen did an informal survey of all of the members who were in attendance, and you can see in blue, those that strongly supported, red did not support, and yellow were on the fence. And then, of course, our student survey, we surveyed our 8th and 9th grade students. They were higher in not supporting than supporting. Then we started to talk about some of the obstacles, and the board asked that I reach out to our fellow districts that are on a similar calendar. Everything that we talked about with facilities was pretty much exactly the same. It was just a matter of planning carefully for big projects. The board asked about a loss of classified staff due to them not being able to take summer positions outside of the district because of the summer shortening by 2 weeks. All of the districts I spoke to indicated that classified staff would have opportunities with them during the summer and intersessions to earn extra money. They did not note that there had been much, if any, complaining by classified. However, you must remember that 4 of those districts have had this in place over 20 years. So the people who are in place now were not the people that were there before. I also asked about hourly classified pay, and the districts I talked to shared that they worked with their classified groups to communicate how to plan for and budget for the intersession break. The districts also indicated that once their staff experienced the type of calendar that we are discussing, all employee groups would not want to change back to a traditional calendar. The 2-week intersessions allow extra pay for those who want to work and a break for those who do not work, and they were all very consistent in that response. The board also asked about staffing imbalances during the intersessions. Each of the districts I talked with used different ways to support learning and childcare during the intersessions. Some strictly use their community education programs for childcare, enrichment, and learning. Others use a combination of their community ed and programs similar to the programs we offer during the summer. The districts I spoke to did not indicate that there was a staffing imbalance that they needed to address at any point. Although they did say with COVID, that had put some of a damper on some of the offerings that they've had just because of coming out of COVID. But this next year, many of them have said they are re-upping the work that they had done before during the intersessions for learning beyond their community programs. When talking again with the districts about athletics, they indicated that to be an athlete means additional commitments and that it is true on whatever calendar a district is on, whether additional, accelerated learning, or similar. One district said that their site ADs try to schedule games or move games to only one of the 2 intersession weeks. Another indicated that their coaches work to have their football bye week occur during one of the intersession weeks, and they are generally able to do this. For baseball season, where teams may be going to multiple tournaments, when the tournaments occur during the intersession breaks, that gives them, they believe, an up because their students are not missing academic learning. The districts consider this calendar an upside for all of their students and also for their athletes who won't miss school for different types of tournaments that may fall during intersession. The districts I spoke with said that heat, they have noticed, varies by year. Some years are worse and others are not as bad, but as we all know, Phoenix in the summer is hot. They feel, each and every one that I spoke to, that the benefits outweigh the drawback of 2 more weeks during the summer. As far as childcare, each of them mentioned that they work carefully with their community ed programs to be able to provide the need that parents have expressed as a need. And they have not had, for the ones that I spoke with, too many concerns or worries with parents. Again, many of these school districts have had this in place many years. When we talked about budget and costs, there are additional costs for energy with the cooling, and they all expressed that that was true, but that they budgeted for that in their annual budgets because, again, each of them said that the benefits of this type of calendar outweigh the distractions or the not being able to move forward. But they did say that there is cooling costs because of that additional time. However, one of them said that in the summer, their air conditioning is always on. However, they have a similar system, I think, Jim, that we have, is that it clicks off and you push the button for the air conditioning to come on. But that is one thing that they said is their air conditioning is on that type of system, and I believe that's similar to our system in many ways. One of the board members last board meeting asked how other districts processed information regarding stakeholder feedback at the start of their accelerated learning calendar or similar calendar. The districts I have talked with prior to the last board meeting and since that board meeting all used stakeholder survey results to determine areas to address, and based on those survey results were able to put action plans in place to address those concerns. The districts that I spoke to, all, Higley is the one I most recently spoke with, indicated that they did have increased achievement when this started, which has continued for them on. I can get additional information if you would like from that school district, but they did indicate that they felt that that was one of the benefits. Also, staff and student absences decreased. However, this particular district that I spoke to most recently, Higley, said that they didn't necessarily see too much of a change in student behavior, but they did see decreases in absences for staff and students and an increase in student achievement across each year. Again, this is just a graphic image of what an accelerated learning calendar would look like. I'm going to turn it back over to Karen now.
Thank you. To push that on again. Thank you. For the 24-25 school year, which is the school year that you would actually be seeing really the beginnings of the accelerated learning calendar put into place. If you notice in option A, we have the school day, the beginning of the school year starting on July 23rd, and then you move to September for both Labor Day and our fall break day. The fall break day that we usually have now would go into the full 2-week intercession, so that September 30th through October 14th would thus become the fall break. And then if you look in November in option A, the change that you see is the moving from the 5 days at Thanksgiving to just 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Your December winter holiday is the same, with your January 6th being your staff development day, your typical holidays in January, February. March is where you see your difference. You have the 2-week intercession from the 10th to the 21st. And then April 18th, spring break day, school ending for students on Friday, May 23rd, which is before Memorial Day. That is option A. Then if you look at option B, starting again on July 23rd, September is the same, October. The difference here, as you can see, is we have put in the 5 days for the Thanksgiving break because that's what we have had in the past. And then December is again the same as in option A. You look at March and April. The difference here, in order to give us 5 days at Thanksgiving, we needed to look to end school 2 days after Memorial Day on May 26th. We then had another calendar meeting, and we did brainstorm with the committee, and we are bringing you an option C, which is kind of a mid-level in between. So this calendar starts August 1st, which is closer to what we have had in the past, with September having your Labor Day, and then October 7th through the 11th would be a 1-week fall break versus a 2-week intercession. It also in November puts back the 5-day Thanksgiving break. If you note, then your holiday break goes again the same as the other calendars. January, February, March is the difference, where we have just 1 week spring break as we normally have had in the past. This calendar brings us to end school on Thursday, May 22nd, which you had expressed a concern about ending school after Memorial Day. When we spoke with the committee and had our meeting, they were very favorable to option C. We had everyone. A few of them, 3 or 4, still would like to see us pursue the accelerated learning calendar starting in this year versus possibly putting it off to the 25-26, moving it, into earlier July. And so, okay.
Do you want to Continue.
I was just, thank you. Just if you note in option A, B, and C, the Thanksgiving break are the two between option A and B, the end of school, and then in option C, you are starting school later again and only having, I don't want to call them intercessions, a fall break week and a spring break week, and then ending before Memorial Day. So that is the difference between options A, B, and C for 24-25. If you have any questions, we'd certainly be happy to answer them for you.
And then I would just add, and when talking with the school districts since the last board meeting, each of them said that a single week it will not give the same type of break for staff, students, or provide the option for as much enrichment and learning. That's all they said. So we'll take any questions that you may have for us.
Mrs. Fisher?
Is the point to get the rest or to get the enrichment? Because
President
if they're in
O'Brien
school, they're
miss-
getting the enrichment. If they're not here, they're not enriched. Correct?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher. So the 2-week break would be a break for many as far as rest for kids, rest for teachers. However, we would also be able to offer, whether it was both weeks, 1 week. And each of the districts that I spoke to usually just offered enrichment and intervention for one of the 2 weeks, but childcare for both weeks. So there would still be that offering of break time for all, but then intervention and enrichment for a portion of that time.
Mrs. Paperman?
So I have a question. I'm a very strong supporter of data. I truly believe that survey data gives voice to the community, to staff. But I would like to know, did we give the option to keep it the same for option A, for option B, and for option C, so that way we have a more measurable what the majority would like? I'm also looking at the data of the overall. For example, here, 35% do not support, 40% strongly support. To me, this is not showing the majority. And I think the survey needs to be more clear, because I think we also should have given the community and staff the option to keep it the same or to look at the other options, A, B, and also what's the survey results on C. I strongly believe in transparency, and I will support a survey that where there's more transparency and options for individuals to choose.
Mrs. Reed?
Sorry, I don't have any questions at the moment.
Mrs. O'Brien?
I would like to recommend that we go with option A for school year 23-24. And I believe that we should go with option C for 24-25 based on both the data that we received in the survey and the feedback we received since this was first reviewed. While I understand this does not allow us to provide that intervention, it does provide an opportunity for our families and our students to be one step closer to this calendar. And I think given the survey data that we originally had, comments from the calendar committee, as well as additional teachers and parents since this was presented, and the fact that we have just had 2+ years of pandemic craziness because I'm on a public format, that would be my motion, is that A for 23-24 and C for 24-25.
I was going to make a couple of comments, if you don't mind. The
Of course,
purpose,
sorry.
it's okay, no problem. I know you can't see me. So the purpose of the survey with these different options was what, Dr. Gallagher? What was your hope to learn from the survey?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, we wanted to survey each of our stakeholder groups and ask if they would be in favor of a calendar that would help us address accelerating learning, as well as working to provide opportunity for mental health breaks during the year. But mainly, we are looking to improve the opportunities children have for learning loss and opportunities for loss of learning. And the thing that I would just stress is that we had talked about this calendar very briefly prior to COVID, and then our pandemic hit, and we know that for many of our students, kindergarten through 12th grade, that was a detriment to them both academically, socially, and emotionally. And even though this calendar would not go into play until the 24-25 school year, it is one of our mitigating strategies for children who are impacted negatively by the pandemic, not to mention our children who are in general struggle, are low learners, and who have gaps that we could potentially decrease by shortening summer and having both fall and spring intersessions where we could offer intervention and enrichment.
And so I think that perhaps according to our survey results that we're not ready for that yet. I think that what we need to do, taking that information, learn how to reach people in a different way and become used to the idea. I know that Chandler, got many friends in Chandler, both that had students and teach, and they don't know any other way anymore. So I think some of the fears are childcare, whatever the fears are that, or the reservations that were set down. So now we have an idea of what they are and we can address them. So I'm going to, Mrs. O'Brien, you wanted the motion to support A for 23-24 and C for 24-25, correct?
Correct, Mrs. Ordway.
And that's what you seconded, Mrs. Fisher? Okay, so I just wanted to recap that. So all those in favor of that?
That's amendment first. You have to do that first.
Yes. So all those in favor of that amendment, please vote. Say
Aye.
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 Nay.
Mrs. Reed? 4-1. Okay, so that was one nay, so that ended up being 4-1. What else do you want me to do?
Motion, you have to vote on the motion. The original motion.
The original motion I made or the original motion she?
The one that you read.
She didn't make a motion. She seconded. Yeah. Right.
So you have to vote on the amendment and then vote on the original motion.
Right. So voting on the original means that we just replaced the original. So
We just
Yeah,
replaced the original. The original motion had nothing
Correct.
in it, so we couldn't vote on it.
correct. Pardon
Does
me?
that make sense?
Yeah. So we're going to vote. I guess we need to vote
One more time, that it's
one more time.
Option
So
A.
all those that are in favor of the motion that did not have a calendar up, please say
But
nay.
would be option A for 24 and option C for 25.
What Ms. O'Brien was saying is
Aye.
Okay, so we're saying that we're voting for the original.
no. We're
No.
voting for A
To accept the administration's recommendation.
For A and C.
But we're not accepting it.
We're not
You,
accepting.
you amended it
Correct. We're not accepting it, so we already voted on what we're,
on the amendment.
what we amended it.
Correct. We voted on the amendment. So now
Correct.
we're voting to
There was no amendment. There couldn't be an amendment because
Oh, you
there
know
was
what? You're
nothing
right,
in the
because we
original
had, we
motion.
had to, you're right, we had to place letters
You have
for
to-
the years.
Yeah, you
So
have
we're
to
done.
place letters in there. We're done.
Correct.
put the letters in. That's what we're voting on, A and C.
But we already did that.
Yeah, we did.
All right, so let's vote again on calendars A for 23, 24, and C, or excuse, was it C? Yeah, C for 24,
Yeah.
25. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. And any opposed?
Nay, that was me.
Mrs. Paperman is opposed. So we are now done with our district calendar, and thank you, Ms. Maya, for all your work. Yay.
Thank Dr. Galligan. Thank you.
All right, moving on to consent agenda. I would ask that the governing board approve consent items 5A through E and 5H through M, leaving 5F and G out for separate consideration.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 That's 5 ayes. I would, oh, sorry. I do. All right, now we're done with that. So now I would ask that the governing board approve consent agenda item F.
Second.
Mrs. Fisher, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I think I have them up in the right order. So F, I believe, has Courtesy Chevrolet on it, correct? I just wanted more information on what are we replacing? Is this the white fleet? Is this cars, district office? Is this an overall, is this part of a rotation agenda or schedule? Can you give us just more details on that?
Sure. Madam President, Vice President Ordway, members of the board, Mrs. Fisher, this is actually delayed replacement of some of our white fleet. It would be for our IS&T department and or facilities. Mr. Miglierino can fill in wherever I leave gaps. We have been in desperate need of the vehicles actually for a couple of years. We do have white fleet replacement as part of our current bond. We also have some capital funds set aside for it. We've had some difficulty being able to find any dealers willing to sell to us at contract pricing, and this was the first bite that we've had from any dealers in order to do that. But I think Mr. Miglierino, fill in if I've forgotten anything.
Yeah, if I might add, the Courtesy Chevrolet specifically is a replacement for our Dodge Caravan fleet, which is typically assigned to the schools. And there's a ordering window now that exists for the 23 model year. They no longer make the Dodge Caravan as we purchased back in the late 80s. And so this will be to replace it with a similar product, potentially a Chevrolet Equinox. So the Courtesy Chevrolet specifically would probably be at the school level. We also did request some board approval for some pickup trucks as well. And those are for the white fleet and for our support staff departments.
Okay. I just wanted to check, 'cause I know that vehicles right now are through the roof. And I just wanted to see whether we were in the timing. But I do understand, and just replacing a Dodge Caravan with anything is a good thing to do. Thank you. That's all the only question I had on that one.
Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 Was that 5 ayes, Sheila? All right, so there are no opposition. I would ask that the governing board approve 5G.
Second.
Mrs. Fisher?
The Arizona School Administrators, do we normally bring that like as a sole source? Normally we approve conferences, travel, things like that on an individual basis. Why are we bringing it as a bulk sole source?
President O'Brien, Vice President Ordway, Mrs. Fisher. This is unusual, and part of the reason we are bringing this forward is because we are using federal funds specifically. Normally, conference registrations are relatively exempt from procurement requirements, and so you wouldn't see the conference itself. Or typically, we spend well under $10,000 at a vendor for the registration. Which makes it easy to not have to bring it forward for any specific type of procurement. For ASA as a whole, we have spent already over $10,000 and already during this school year for administration's memberships, a couple different conferences earlier in the year. And now we have a contingent of our Title I schools, principals, and a teacher leader who are going to the Institute for Excellence in Flagstaff. And because we are using title funds, we did consult with our purchasing department and specifically with our auditors, saying when you've reached that threshold of $10,000 for Arizona state procurement requirements, what should we do, especially to make sure that we're compliant with federal and with state laws? And they recommended bringing it forward as a sole source. So this is the first, but this may not be the last, as with our Title I and Title II funds, we do pay for quite a bit of professional development. We would only be bringing it forward when we had reached that threshold of 10,000 or more, either for one specific conference or perhaps with the vendor as a whole.
Okay. The other question I have is I know that there's specific statute that does not allow us to use district funds for associations. Does this qualify as an association since it's similar to the other association? I mean, it's just an administrators association. Does it fall under that law or under that statute?
Not to my knowledge. If I had the specific statute, I could read it, but these are not atypical purchases. We just typically have not reached this dollar value for any one vendor conference. And this specifically is for the conference, not for the association.
Okay, so this is specifically approving the conference.
Correct. And the conference, just to be clear as well, the Institute for Excellence Conference, we're spending under $5,000 in Title I funds for the registration for that conference. It's 16 individuals from the Title I schools at $299 per person. And so this total dollar value does not represent the conference, just to make that clear as well.
Right. I'm good with moving forward with this, but I would, because it is the conference, I'll see if I can find the statute. I know it's in there somewhere. And even if it's not, I know that there's one that's currently in the process of passing that basically says the same thing. So I'm not sure why they would put it in twice. But I would like for us to double check and make sure that we're not violating any statute with paying any dues with certain funds, specifically, however I know the wording is, I think it might be specifically M&O funds, so I don't know that it specifies federal. Okay,
And
thank you.
if it helps, we do have this purchase approved through grants management at ADE as part of our Title I grant this year as well.
Yeah, as a conference, it would be. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so just to clear it up, it's not for membership, it's for the conference.
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That's 5. All right, moving on to, let's see. I would ask that the governing board approve all employee out-of-state travel per governing board policy GCCE.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? 5-0. All right, moving on to Let's see. I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the addenda as presented.
Second.
Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. None opposed? Okay, that would be 5-0. And the next is the roll call, is that correct? Yes. All right, so I would ask that the governing board accept the Deer Valley Unified School District fiscal year 21 financial audit and compliance questionnaire completed by Heinfield Meach and Company by our roll call vote. So we start with Mrs. Oh, need a second? Thank you, Mrs. O'Brien. Mrs. Fisher?
We need to see the presentation first before we vote.
Oh, yeah, I guess we do. We do. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
President O'Brien, Vice President Ordway, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests. It's been a long time since we talked about fiscal year 21 as we're wrapping up fiscal year 22. The audit process does take about a year, and we just received our final compliance questionnaire from our last fiscal year in March. So in our 2021 legislative session, there was a change via House Bill 2018 that amended sections of Title 15 and specifically Title 15-914, Financial and Compliance Audits, and that implemented a required board acceptance of all audits and compliance questionnaires by a roll call vote. We did a practice vote last year with our FY20 audit and a very similar presentation, and historically have presented our audit findings to the governing board just for transparency as well. So tonight we're going to discuss our fiscal year 21 audit. Specifically, what we received from this audit are our auditor prepared documents, our annual comprehensive financial report, our Uniform System of Financial Records Compliance Questionnaire, and our single audit reporting package. The two that we are going to ask you to accept by roll call vote this evening are the USFR Compliance Questionnaire and the single audit reporting package. The annual comprehensive financial report is not a required audit document, but we do have that as part of our auditing services. Overall, there are 175 questions that our auditors review with district staff for our compliance questionnaire. Here are all of the categories along with how many questions per category. Where you see the asterisk is where we did receive a area of non-compliance. Non-compliance is means basically that the answer to the question is no. All of the I can't even say it. All of the compliance questionnaire questions are yes answers, no answers, or not applicable. So anywhere where you see that asterisk means that 1 of 6, 1 of 30, 1 of 8, 1 of 9 questions, etc., or more received a no answer that the district, for all of the sample size, not all of them passed the test. We did notice that in governing board and management reports did not have an asterisk, so we did not receive an audit finding. We were fully compliant, but if you look at the compliance questionnaire attached, you will see that there are some notes regarding an incident where earlier this school year we were made aware that the district did have at one point an unauthorized bank account that we properly reported to the Arizona Auditor General's office. Through our investigation, we determined that there were no fraudulent activity from the account. We received copies of all bank statements and all receipts and have since put the funds into a properly authorized district account. So while this is not a finding, it is noted on the compliance questionnaire and thought we should bring it forward this evening. Starting with our areas where we had some samples that tested non-compliant, we're going to start with accounting records. We had a disbursement that was partially coded incorrectly, and this was an over 30 line item purchase order for capital items. Capital items, our equipment is coded either as an object code 6731 for those purchases under $5,000 or 6733 for those equipment items $5,000 or greater. And on one of the lines of the substantial purchase order, we just happened to miscode that one line item incorrectly. So we do not believe that there is a procedural deficiency. It was just a human error for this one. We did have a journal entry that was not signed by anyone other than the preparer. We actually had this from our fiscal year 20 audit as well. And so midway through our fiscal year 21 audit, we were able to correct that deficiency, but we did still have a finding from early journal entries in the last year. I think that's one of the difficulties with the audit is that by the time you are made aware of some of the deficiencies or where you have opportunities for improvement, you are already midway or more through your current school year and can't always make those corrections in time. Sometimes it does then take 2 audits for those processes to show the correction of the deficiencies. But now we are using our electronic journal entry workflow through our enterprise resource planning or ERP system, and therefore we do have an electronic record of at least 2 individuals approving all journal entries. For cash and revenue, we did have one area of noncompliance. We had 2 deposits that tested as not having been deposited timely or within 5 days from receipt. We do require all campuses to make weekly deposits and have installed check scanners for remote deposit for checks specifically at all campuses as well. Over the last 2 school years, we implemented the InTouch point of sale system of all of our schools, which has allowed us to accept electronic payments at all of our campuses and actually help free up that cash from the teachers' desks and from the front office and remove some of that liability. And it also helps us make sure that all of our deposits are timely and compliant because they are not passing through those human hands for those potential errors. We do think that some of the unusual and extensive absences last school year as well may have contributed to some of these deposits that were tested. For property control, this is very unusual for us. We had 3 areas of noncompliance, and I think in my 10 years or so as internal audit to director of finance, I've not seen property control item previously. So I guess this was just the year for those items to be found. We had 2 items tested that were located at a different location or a different campus than where they were listed in our financial system. And we had a property control item that had been disposed of but not removed from the software. We do complete inventory at our schools and departments at least every 3 years as required. And we also use barcode scanners to help make that process easier. And just this year upgraded those scanners and plan to provide some training for schools at the beginning of the school year to ensure that they're aware of how to use the scanners and for any of the additional requirements for property exchanges or property disposal. One item previously disposed through auction did not have documentation of the disposal. While we do have to list disposal or the status of an item in our financial software, we also keep a hard copy record of where the item was disposed or how it was disposed for any of those tagged items. And it just happened that one of the items that was marked as disposed in our financial software, we were unable to locate that hard copy document. One other for property control, we had items that were capitalized incorrectly. And there were 2 different items. One was, I believe it was it says right there, refrigerator that was installed. We capitalized only the cost of the refrigerator and did not include the cost or the value of the installation. And we had some buses that we traded in and purchased new buses. And when we capitalized the new buses, we did not add back in that discount that we had gotten, even though the value of the buses obviously was the full cost of the buses. So we did provide that information to our property control specialist to ensure that capital items are valued correctly in the future. For credit cards and P cards or purchasing cards, we did have one area of noncompliance. This was a $39 finance charge, specifically for our fuel credit cards. These cards are located at our high school campuses and our transportation department for those trips they take out of town where they need to refuel a van or a microbird or a bus before or in order to drive the students back safely. We do have only, I believe, 30 days to typically get those paid, and we rely on those campuses to send us the receipts so that we can pay those items. And I think we just had a couple times last year where we did not get those receipts in timely and did not make the payment timely. So we're actually looking at the process now to see where we can make changes so that we do not have those findings again in the future. Procurement, we had 2 areas of noncompliance. We did have a staff member involved in the procurement process that did not sign the conflict of interest statement for 2 procurements. This is a requirement. It's part of the checklist. And for whatever reason, we just had 2 that were missed. All of our purchasing staff have been reminded about the conflict of interest statement, and evaluators are also required to complete the conflict of interest statement form as well. This was one that we knew we would receive this finding on. This is one of those items that we learned midway through the audit process last year and had already moved so far forward into the current school year or FY21 school year that we were not able to correct it, but we have for this year, proud to say. And that was that we did not provide training or guidance related to restrictions on soliciting, accepting, or agreeing to accept any personal benefit of $300 or more. And so what we have done to correct this is we have a new process where we partnered with our Human Resources Department. And for any new hires or for our ongoing employees, we have a required video, that or attestation that employees sign with their beginning of the year videos that they understand that this is the requirement. We did have one area of noncompliance for payroll. Our addenda or our supplemental pay for one employee was to have been for one pay period, but it was found to have been paid for multiple pay periods. Since then, we've implemented a process to double check the total amount being paid compared to the total amount of the addenda. And with this as well, we are currently evaluating our payroll process for addenda and supplemental pays for efficiencies to see where we can take some of that human error perhaps out of it. Student attendance reporting. This typically is one of our higher areas for noncompliance, not because we don't have the procedures in place, but because of the turnover sometimes in the front offices or the amount of turnover we have in students sometime coming in and out, or even student absences in one day in and out of the campus. So we'll start with absences. Not all absences tested were reported correctly. We had 6 absences for elementary and middle school and 1 for high school that was not reported correctly. And 4 absences for our CTED or our Career and Technical Education District students. So those students who leave our campus and then go to a West Beck program during the day. We do provide our schools with a calculator for students who attend a partial day to help them determine whether a partial day absence should be counted in our student information system as a partial day or a full day. High school is a little bit more tricky because absences are reported by period. And we do have double checks in that our internal auditors, when they are out at our schools, all of our schools, do test attendance as part of the internal audit process. For our Arizona online instruction students, we found that, or the auditors found one where we did not retain an FTE enrollment statement. We had tried an electronic document system last year, but found that it was very difficult to enforce our families to bring those or to submit those electronically. And so I do believe we are reverting back to obtaining a hard copy this year, and it has worked better, and we've had fewer difficulties asking for that hard copy. Might seem counterintuitive, but it is what works for us. We had an entry, we had entries where the withdrawal date was not documented on the hard copy withdrawal form that is placed in the student cumulative folder. Timely withdrawal, therefore, could not be proven. School districts have 5 working days from the withdrawal date to enter withdrawal information into our student information system, but our student information system, PowerSchool, does not actually date stamp, time or date stamp the date that the withdrawal information was entered. So when that information is entered, the registrars print a hard copy of that form and are then to manually date it. And so that's all that happened in this case, was that it was not manually dated, and so we could not provide verification to the auditors that it was completed timely. This again is an internal audit item that is checked when they are out at our schools. They look at entry and exit dates and timeliness for the student enrollment. Student withdrawal for 10 consecutive unexcused absences was not reported properly for 6 of the test items. I'm going to say that this fiscal year 21 or 2020-2021 was a very unusual school year for enrollments and withdrawals, and certainly absences, and having additional more students than normal with 10 consecutive unexcused absences. The process, once we identify those students, is to withdraw those absences back to the last date of attendance and to withdraw the student. However, with these 6, it was found that it was not done timely right after those 10 days. We already have had these items tested for this school year, and we have improved greatly. I believe we only had 1 finding for this item, or 1 test file that tested not having been done timely. So for all of these student attendance and reporting, I do think that COVID and the amount of employee and student absences, student enrollment withdrawal affected these items greatly. This was a new one. Absences in our student information system did not agree to absences uploaded to ADE, and I'm struggling with this one. Our absences are reported to ADE directly from our student information system. So it is very counterintuitive for me that those 2 items would not reconcile, but we have instituted a reconciliation process to ensure that that is the case and that data is not being lost anywhere. We had 1 area of noncompliance for transportation, and that was our eligible riders on the ADE Transportation 55 report did not agree to our supporting documentation. This one was a difficult one to backtrack because the rider counts used for our fiscal year 21 budget are actually from our 2019-2020 school year. The staff members who made those reports are not all still working for Deer Valley Unified School District, so we are still researching the error to see what happened in order to make sure that it does not happen again. And that's it for our compliant questionnaire. The other item we're asking for acceptance for our audit this evening is our single audit reporting package. We are pleased to say that, in the opinion of our auditors, Deer Valley, in all material respects, with types of compliance and requirements, did not have any findings. So we were in good standing with our single audit reporting package. And just to update you moving forward, we're already in preliminary work for our fiscal year 22 audit that began in April. We will do additional work in the fall. We will have our CAFR, that should actually say our ACFR, completed by December of 22. We hope to have our compliance questionnaire and single audit reporting package by the end of March of 23, and we will see you in another year to accept our fiscal year 22 audit. And with that, I'll take any questions.
That was fabulous. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher, I know you got a comment.
Just because I'm laughing, I'm actually shocked that you haven't seen property moved somewhere else before, because it just happens all the time.
It does.
The only question I have, I mean, I give you my sympathy, my blessings as they are coming. I have auditors in the office tomorrow for the in-person to dig through my files. I'm kind of surprised on the property control with the value issue. Is there a reason they didn't have you capitalize the full and then do the trade-in as a disposal? Because otherwise you're not going to see the full appropriate value within the system. It's not going to be capitalized at its actual value.
Well, and I think the full purchase price of the buses, regardless of, well, I think I see what you're saying, that we disposed of the trade-in buses.
Correct.
And so those may have been done separately. Those may have been on a separate disposal. I would have to check that for sure with the auditors, but if we had disposed of those separately, and the new buses in our possession are then still worth the full purchase price regardless of the discount for the trade-in.
So that's one thing, and you can send it in a Friday update or however, but I'm curious as to know why they would have you not record them separately, because you would be disposing of as well as purchasing, but then our capitalization would not have the full value. And so I think it would skew our data long term. So if you could ask them, and maybe I'm not understanding correctly what they had you do.
We will follow up.
Thank you.
Mrs. Paperman?
No question, thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
I don't have any questions.
Mrs. O'Brien?
I'm good, thank you.
I have no questions. So now we can have our roll call vote. Mrs. Fisher? Mrs. Paperman?
Aye.
Mrs. Reed?
Aye.
Mrs. O'Brien?
Aye.
Mrs. Ordway? Aye. So we have 5 ayes and no nays, so that will be done. So our next, let's see, where are we? We are at D, so I will ask for the governing board to accept the administration's recommendation to approve the amount of $3,535.74 per FTE as the fiscal year 2021-2022 classroom site fund performance pay individual amount as to be paid to qualifying certified employees and other professional staff in 2 installments.
Second.
Mr. Miglorino, did you want to chat?
Vice President Ordway, members of the board, Dr. Finch, actually, I believe Ms. Mock put together this information, but it is, so I wanted to give her credit. But this is the amount that we have been bringing back to the board as the official amount. We provide a projection when we approved the Classroom Site Fund Plan the previous spring. This is the amount now that we have calculated so that we would distribute all of the funds. We'll make a note that this does include some carry forward from the previous year in the amount, so the amount did go up from the projection.
Thank you, Mrs. Mock. Mr. Miglorino. Mrs. Fisher, do you have any questions? Mrs. Paperman?
No question.
Mrs. Reed?
No questions, thank you.
Mrs. O'Brien?
No, ma'am.
I have no questions. All those in favor say aye.
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 No nays, so that passes 5. Mine hasn't popped. Oh, it is. Okay. 5-0. Okay, moving on to, I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation and approve the certified and classified language tentative agreement. What does that say, number 73? 71, I'm sorry, for the 2022-2023 school year. Somebody want to second that?
Second.
Thank you.
Good
Yes.
evening, President O'Brien, Vice President Ward, board members. Tonight, I'll be presenting to you an overview of our recommended tentative agreement for both the certified manual and the classified manual. I'd like to also acknowledge that Hartley Kilman and Steve Lund are here in the audience to provide any information and support with tonight's report. We'll start first with acknowledgement of NST members. For our certified group, you'll see that Crooks, Brittany Sutton, Harley Kilman, and Kelly Fisher supported us with negotiations this year. And a list of classified members here. Michelle Benson led continued conversations. Matt Huria, Ray Utter, Steve Lund, Jeff Kinsley, and Eric Hackenschmidt. We're going to start this evening with the certified negotiated items. To start, first, under professional growth, and I want to first also highlight that you have 2 documents that you can review. The PowerPoint that we're reviewing today and the actual tentative agreement is located as an attachment with the language that surrounds these specific items. So under professional growth, the team is recommending that we broaden the qualification for our applicants as they come through the door and are offered a job. So currently, DVUSD does not provide our certified hires with the option of honoring credits that are unrelated, and that's specific to master's credits and above. We, in our history, we only honor related credits, master's level and above. So we did call other school districts, mostly our peer districts, to learn whether or not they offered master's credits, mostly because as we offered compensation to our applicants, they shared with us that other school districts were honoring those master's credits. Sometimes they share that and they're accurate, and sometimes they share that information and they're not accurate. But we did learn that most of the school districts that we did speak to did honor those master's credits, and in some cases, they even offered a bachelor's level unrelated. We do not have an interest in providing bachelor's unrelated, but master's and above, we would be willing or recommending that we be willing to do that. That would be for any new hire hired for the 22-23 school year moving forward. The NST group will take this next cycle to review what the budget impact would be if we allowed all of our workforce at this point in time that's already in our system, our certified workforce, to complete the 1A process, so that if they had an unrelated master's credits, master's and above, that they also would be eligible to receive the $50 per credit added to their base pay. The next item coming from the certified team is under employee fringe benefits, and you're going to also see this same recommendation underneath the classified group. We are recommending that we decrease, actually, the amount of options that our employees currently have when they qualify for medical or FMLA leave. What we provide in Deer Valley is what you see here, that they may take leave with pay utilizing their own general sick leave bank. They may also select leave without pay. And then the third option that we have been providing is a blended model, so that you could say, I want to use 3 of my days, but I want to, for the rest of the days that I'm out, I want to be paid. What that has caused is confusion, really, for the employee, and confusion in payroll and in human resources. So sometimes the employee may not understand what they're filling out. They also may not understand how much leave they have, so they could overshoot the amount that they want to be able to utilize, or a lot of corrections are made because they didn't quite understand the question. So again, here we did contact our peer school districts to find what options they provided. The majority of the school districts that we did talk to did not provide an option for not utilizing your leave. The majority of them require you to use your leave bank while you are out on a medical or FMLA, but some of them provided the options, and our group believed that it was best for our employees to have the option either to utilize their own bank or to go on leave without pay. And then the next section is under professional compensation. There is a correction that we made. I sent the board an email last night, and if you didn't have a chance to see that, you'll see that it was corrected in the tentative agreement. And that is here. There are 3 areas that are mentioned that we are recommending we move the rate from $12 to $15 per hour. That is under refereeing, campus duty, and chaperoning. In our review over refereeing, I spoke with Dr. Zerbach and Scott Warner and found that the rate of pay for refereeing in the certified manual, well, there's no institutional memory for ever using it, quite honestly. So they thought perhaps maybe a very long time ago it could have been utilized at the middle school level, but there is well, over most recent years, or long recent years, we have used the AIA recommended list for refereeing our games all the way down to the middle school level. So we are recommending that that be struck from the certified manual, and that we take the campus duty and chaperoning rates up to $15 per hour. And it just as a reminder that both of those, both principals on our team felt that that was appropriate, and that that money comes from campus funds. And then the certified hiring schedule. This is the area of the manual. It is an appendix, and this is where the language outlines how a pay increase is to be applied when the governing board approves a pay increase for the certified employees for the upcoming school year. The language currently reads that the pay increase will be split between a flat increase and a percentage increase. The language currently reads that that will be split 60% and 40%. And so it is the recommendation of this group. And to give a little context in history here, we did hear from the governing board during that process when you all approved the increase that it was very important moving forward that the certified group apply that split. And so I know Harley is happy to speak to that, but there is an agreed and specific interest from DVEA to do that moving forward. The desire from the team was to not include the numbers so that each year those numbers could be discussed among the team, the certified team, and the whole NST team, and brought forward to the governing board based on the data and information that's necessary at that time. And then underneath the classified manual, I referenced this. This is the, again, the leave section. And then we also had a few things that we wanted to make sure that the board was aware that we put on the list to discuss in the upcoming NST cycle, and that is the professional growth rate of pay. Currently, I mentioned that we spend $50 per credit added to our employees' base, whether that be at hire or if they complete a 1A form. We do have an interest in raising that rate of pay and would like to take a look at that this upcoming year. Also, years of service. The board mentioned this earlier, and it is something that is of specific interest to us. I know at the cabinet and within NST that we look at the rate of pay that we offer for those 5 years of service. If right now we honor $700 per year of service, that may stay and we honor more years of service, or perhaps we keep the 5 and offer more per year, or look at hard to fill areas and honor more years of service in those harder to fill areas while keeping the rate the same, but the team will be reviewing that. And with that, I will take questions from the board.
Mrs. Fisher.
I gotta say, I don't like this process. I simply because I don't think that there's adequate discussion. I was immediately a little concerned when I saw the Friday update and Mr. Finch directed us to ask for him to guide us. I think we need to have a better understanding of some of what we're doing, but that is a future discussion different than this, so I'm going to drop that part. When we're talking about giving or allowing credits for other than their area, do we offer similar for our classified staff and our other employees? Say a mechanic wants to get a degree in accounting and finance, does he get increases based on those credits earned?
For the classified workforce?
Mm-hmm.
So we do honor professional growth for our classified workforce, but a college degree or education unrelated would not necessarily qualify someone to receive advancement for their pay.
Okay, so we're requiring other staff besides certified to make sure their degree that we're honoring is in line with their position here, correct?
All employees right now are
right, but
all types.
But the request on this is to have.
This is specific to the certified group
Right.
making this request.
Okay, so if we approve this language as it sits, say a math teacher decides they want to get a degree to become an accountant or a veterinarian, we're going to honor that as an increase in their pay for a teacher? Am I getting the concept correct here?
You are understanding the concept, with the exception that we are not proposing at this time that we allow our current workforce to qualify, because we don't know what the budget impact would be. But yes, if there was a math teacher that had a post-bac in education in order to teach math, they would not qualify to receive those master's credits, because those master's credits are required to hold the position. If they also had an accounting master's degree, they could qualify to receive those accounting master's credits.
Okay, so we're talking about only then we're giving them credit for their full education as new hires versus ongoing development.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the part I wasn't quite getting, and it was like, okay, wait a minute, that's kind of counterintuitive to keeping our teachers as teachers. Okay, that was the only question I had. And then as far as the process, we'll hit that at another time. Thank you.
Mrs. Paperman?
Could you explain to the community what 60/40 is?
So 60/40 is the well, it's in language, and 60% being the flat dollar, the percentage increase. Okay, thank you. Actually, I will kick that to Jim because he's the best at explaining this portion.
Ms. Paperman, the 60/40 represents the distribution of the salary increase, in which 60% of the increase would be a percentage increase, a percentage of their base contract amount, and 40% would be converted to a flat dollar amount, meaning it would be the exact same dollar amount based on the FTE of the person. So if it worked out that it was $100, it'd be $100 for everybody, regardless of what their salary is. So in effect, what happens is the percentage increase is more financially rewarding to those with more tenure that have more salary, and the flat dollar amount is more rewarding for those that have less tenure or are lower on the salary range.
Okay. So let's say a person that makes 60,000 and a person that makes 30,000, the rates will be similar, or like, I guess, a balance for the lower rates. I guess the 60/40 will benefit anyone with the lower wages.
Ms. Paperman, so in that example, the percentage increase, or 60% of the increase, would be half as great for the 30% or $30,000 a year person, which I know this is just hypothetical. We don't have any $30,000 teachers, right? I mean, we start at 41,750 or something, but it would be half as much in the percentage for the 60% of that increase, but they would receive the exact amount for the 40% of that increase because it would be a flat dollar amount. So it distributes the same total dollars in a different way, and it weights 60% of it, or the majority of it, on the percentage, and 40% of it distributes uniformly to everybody in the category. And the 60/40 can be adjusted. They can. It has been various ratios that have to add up to 100%.
Okay, and the 60/40 that we're voting right now it can be changed. It's not going to be set in stone.
I do not believe that we're voting for 60/40. The current language suggests 60/40, and that goes back about 17 or 18 years ago when the salary schedule, when the stepless salary schedule was approved. It was suggested for it to be 60/40, but it further states in the current language that it will be determined by the each employee group what that distribution percentage will be. So it's written in the language as maybe a suggestion to imply that there would be a distribution between percentage and flat. But this evening, I think the language that's being proposed is that the 60/40 is being removed from the language, and it is stating that it will be at least some form of a percentage increase and some form of a flat increase moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
Sorry, it took me just a second. I appreciate that the team looked at all of this and decided to do a fixed and split when it comes to raises. I just want to make sure that as we are moving forward, it's not like a 99% and 1% split, because I think that goes against what we were trying to accomplish as a board. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
Mrs. O'Brien?
Thank you, Mrs. Ordway. I have some questions for DVEA as well as district folks. Are there folks to answer questions from DVEA?
Yeah, Harley's waiting for you.
Awesome. So how many DVEA members are there?
Miss O'Brien, right now we have about 725. We are currently in a fluctuation stage because we do have people retiring. We have people leaving the profession, moving to other districts. So it ranges at this time of year, but right now, looking at our numbers, we're right around 725, but that changes as we get closer into the year. That could go up or it could go down based off of new membership or people needing to leave membership.
Wonderful. And how many of those members have 5 or less years of experience?
Miss O'Brien, I don't know those numbers exactly, but we could get those that information for you.
So you don't have breakdowns based on any of the number of years?
No, Miss O'Brien, that's not one of the questions we ask on our membership form of years of experience of teaching or anything. So that would have to be something we would have to look into.
Okay. How many DVEA executive board members are there?
Currently, we have 4 officers and 14 executive board members.
So 4 officers plus 14 executive board members?
Correct. And then we also have building representatives at all of the locations.
And who elects the executive officers as well as, who elects the executive officers?
It starts with the officer elections. The nominations go out for officers. And then if there is more than one person that runs for a position, there will be an election held. If no one runs for a position, then they automatically are elected. Same with our executive board. After we do the officers rounds, then we have a nominations for our executive board, and it's broke down by regions. We have the schools and regions, and then those members at those schools vote for who they want to represent them on our executive board.
So who votes for the 4 officers that I presume are like the president, secretary, treasurer, vice president?
All the members.
And then the members in each region elect the executive officers from their region?
Correct.
Thank you for asking. How much are DVEA dues?
The dues vary depending on what you sign up for. So it depends on, like, for example, my dues are different than some of the other members because I choose to elect to do certain different things. But the typical member pays about $34 a paycheck for 20 pays. And then that includes their membership in DVA, AEA, and NEA. And then what DVA actually receives is $75.
DVEA receives $75 of the 34 times 20 right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Harley. Who, I think this is for you, Mrs. Moffett. Who determines which certified staff participate on NST, and where is this outlined?
For the budget process, it is outlined in the certified manual. There are 3 members that are put forward for the certified group, and DVA puts those members forward. For the language group, 2 members come forward, and that is traditionally the president and the vice president.
For determining the salary recommendation?
The salary recommendation is 3 members, and DVEA puts those members forward to the salary budget committee.
Okay. Okay, so I, like Mrs. Reed, am not, well, I'm not satisfied. I'm not sure that she said satisfied, but I'm not satisfied with the open-ended language that would allow for continued years of a 100% salary increase based on a percentage. This language has been in the tentative agreement for the last 6 years, and for the last 6 years, it has been a 100% percentage increase. I would like to see some boundaries put on that, some caps per se. In addition, sorry, Mrs. Moffett, how many certified employees do we have? I apologize.
Certified, we have around close to 2,000 certified employees.
Okay. In addition, I am interested in having at least one member of the certified team, the folks who serve on the NSTA or NST from certified, be a non-DVEA member. I'd also like,
President,
yes, ma'am.
President O'Brien, just for clarification, is your interest in having a non-DVEA member on both the budget committee and the language committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In addition, I feel very strongly that it be the district's responsibility to communicate and explain any pay increase options, including a calculator on the district portal for employees to determine what is the best option for them each personally. And that's all I have for right now, Mrs. Ordway.
Okay, I'm wondering, since the 60/40 was there as a highly suggested number that hasn't been utilized in a while for, I guess, a myriad of reasons, if the words "at least" was put in there, what was that thought about? Because I think at least 2 or 3, maybe 4, of the board members that did comment when we went over this talked about the importance of having that.
Ms. Ordway, when we discussed this, we had looked at what the other districts around us and do. They have currently no language in regards to like a 60/40 split. But we are not opposed to having those continued conversations and look at what that would look like for our district, maybe similar to what the other board members have also said is maybe some kind of bumpers or something like that. But we would have to sit down back at the table and have some conversations.
I'm interested in which districts those are that you guys looked at.
I was in communication with Paradise Valley, Peoria, and Chandler, Mesa, Scottsdale.
And Peoria has that in there?
They do not have any specific
that's
language
right.
in regards to how their pay would be paid out. What most of the districts do is similar to what we have done, is survey the members and determine how they want it paid out. One of the examples was from Chandler, where they do a proposal of a flat dollar amount, a proposal of some kind of mix, and a proposal of a percentage. All of the districts that I've been in communications with also look at what's in the best interest of the district at that time. And so, for example, I know Peoria this year did something about longevity in part of their pay plan, but like Paradise Valley just did a straight percentage. So it just depends on what each year what brings to their district and what they should do.
Well, I guess pretty much we did that this year for longevity, what you guys recommended. Yeah.
I want to add one piece from the investigation that we found, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when the initial system was set up years ago, 15, 17 years ago, what's different in our system and he's referring to the systems that he investigated, is most of those systems have caps. And so that was the play, that was the, either you needed a 60/40 or you needed a cap. Most of those districts put caps in their systems. We did not, we went with the 60/40. So that's how you mitigate the runaway.
Thank you. Mrs. Moffett, the rationale for honoring master's degrees and higher that don't have to do with, you just tell me what that rationale was.
Our rationale for recommending that the board approve an unrelated master's degree at higher is truly to be able to more credits, to offer more money at the point of hire, to be competitive with some of our peers. Several of our peers that are on our immediate borders.
So we're going to do that for new hires, but not for our present ones because we haven't done the analysis of how much that will cost.
Correct.
So why would we do that now and not wait until we've done the cost and honor the employees that exist already?
Mostly just for speed, the readiness to do it for those that we're hiring now for the 22-23 year, and more time to see if we would be able to afford to do it internally. It is something that the group is interested in doing moving forward, but we do recognize that there is the potential that we may not be able to apply that to the current workforce. And as you know, we have tried for, the last 5 years to be fair in what we do on the outside. We try to do for our workforce on the inside, so that would deviate from what we have attempted to do over the last 5 years.
So what is the projected amount of certified employees that we would hire and expect to pay that to?
It's a great question. It's a very small amount. Not many people have unrelated master's level and above credits.
So certainly if you haven't been hired, and it's that small of an amount, it just seems to me that, at least visually, if we did the study first and then paid, and then did it all at once, to me that would make sense, more sense anyway. I don't know. Okay, so what percentage, again, of employees are DVEA members? of the certified, or of those that can be part of DEVA? What is the percentage?
100% can be a member if they choose to be a member. But right now, based off of our numbers, we're probably around 35, 40%.
Okay. Yeah, because typically when you want to be the negotiating group that sits, you have 50%, but that's okay. I was just wondering about that. Mrs. O'Brien?
I have a question back on the topic you were asking Mrs. Moffett about the unrelated degrees, master's credit hours. That's being offered by our neighboring school districts?
President O'Brien, yes, our neighboring school districts do honor unrelated degrees.
And you believe this would help us in hiring this coming year?
We do believe that it will be helpful to us. We can't tell you to what degree, but we do know that we have lost a couple of candidates because of years of service. Sometimes that is the case for specialized areas. A district might honor more years of service for special education, for example, or because the candidate's unrelated master's degree is being included in their compensation and their recommended salary in that school district.
And how quickly, Mr. Miglerino, can a study be done to determine what it would cost us to give anybody that we already have hired the same pay increase?
It's going to be a very challenging process because we don't ask our employees to turn in transcripts for unrelated degrees. So it is going to require us to collect some information from our employees to find if they do have unrelated degrees, or to look at the percentage of our new hires in this year that have unrelated degrees and make a guesstimate as using a ratio if that would be equal to the employees that are in the system and determining what that would cost.
Is it possible do you think, to have information in August or by an August meeting? I mean, if we sent something out to our current employees, do you not think they would respond?
Ms. O'Brien, this is the president of DVA, Harley. People are on vacation, and getting them to check their emails or doing anything like that right now is next to impossible. Like, we send stuff out and we don't hear back from people. So getting a realistic number on that would be very difficult over the summer.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher?
Just a clarifying question that may assist. If I'm understanding correctly, part of the reason that it will help with hiring is, say, individuals like me. If I was at retirement, my teaching cert, because I do have one, is based on my master's education that is not teaching. And so if the district didn't honor something like that, I wouldn't work for them. In fact, I did turn down 2 teaching positions because they didn't. And so I do know other people who are like me that you teach throughout your whole career. I teach classes to my staff all the time. I've taught in every industry I've ever worked in. And so that was part of why I got a teaching cert, because I was going to do that. But some of the districts won't honor it, and the ones that do were full. And so I do think it will help. We have a lot of emergency certs or different certs for our teachers, and they learn teaching as a second career, but their primary is accounting and finance, or is marketing, or it's another industry. And so that's why I think that is important. And you don't generally see it in an internal. But I am a little surprised that you said we don't, every school district I have ever worked for, I had to turn in all of my transcripts. We don't request that from our staff when we are hiring?
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, we do ask for their transcripts, but if the candidate has a conversation with the HR specialist in advance and knows that their unrelated degree won't count, they would not submit that master's credit, but they would offer the other one. Some candidates do give you everything, and that might all get scanned in at that point in time, but we couldn't count on it being accurate.
Okay, that I guess that makes sense for that. The other, and I like I said, I was going to say, well, we'll hit it later for a different process, but after hearing the other board members' comments, I almost wonder if we shouldn't have more of a conversation or a discussion. And I don't know that we don't generally seem to have study sessions anymore, but prior, from prior knowledge, our DVEA membership used to be roughly around 400. So if it truly is around 725, that means that we have increased by 44.8% in the last few years. I believe it's 44.8 is what I calculate the increase from 400 to 725. Jim, you're wrinkling your nose. Am I far off? Because I just did it real quick in my head. But either way, that puts us at 36% of the going on 2000. So we went from 20, we were at 20%. I just think that I agree with Ms. O'Brien, and I've asked this every year since I've been on the board and in my prior 4 years when I was on the board, is that we have individuals who are not, that are certified, that we have a mix of members and not members, so that we are getting a fuller picture. And without putting that in language or actually having a conversation or the plus and minuses of why we would do something like that, or really understanding what our membership is, that's always been one of the biggest issues, is we don't really know what the membership is, and we don't really know, whether we have a small percent that's representing. And overall, we want all of our employees to be honored in this process. And if we approve language that is open without having boundaries or an expectation, then we can't then try and say, okay, well, but that's not really what we meant. We want this. And so I'm a little concerned that the language is very loose, and that we don't have a real picture of what that looks like. And so my preference would really be that we find a way or a time or something to have an actual sit down with our staff, associations, and non, if they wish, and hash some of this stuff out. I would rather do something with our associations or with our staff than to our associations and to our staff. Because number one, if you don't have employees buy-in and you do something to them, there are 260 other districts that are happy to snag up that employee. And I just think it's important that we're working with them. So that's just my opinion. As a board, I do think we need to tighten some of this up. But my numbers just don't show that we have a true representation of that group. And I would like to have more of a conversation directly with them versus having it presented by a few individuals at a meeting.
Mrs. Paperman?
So I would like to clarify with the community, since questions are being asked with DVEA. I'm a school teacher of 20 years in Arizona. What a lot of individuals don't understand, teachers become members of an association because we need to have check and balance. And the reason is that we need to make sure that teachers' voices are heard, that it's not just decision-making that just comes from the district. Surveys are done so we can see where everyone stands. And a lot of individuals don't understand that teachers also join the association because there's liability. For example, liability could be with anything. We use the association attorney. There's also even professional development support the teachers. We may not agree with everything with the but within the school district, teachers feel that they feel more, I would say, protected within the school district because that way there's check and balance that the district is not making all decisions without a voice. And this is not only for teachers, even the community. Look at the surveys that we get. The surveys to me, even from past board members that have left, they said there's no transparency. And this is why we need to have an association, even if we don't agree with everything with the AEA, but we need to have a voice within the school district, and this is with every district. So I just wanted to clarify to the community what is the association. So basically the association, if you get dinged, you have backup from the AEA where you can use attorneys or any guidance because the reality is we have good leaders and we have bad leaders, and that's the reality with every district. Thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
So just to clarify what my comment earlier and that was echoed by Mrs. O'Brien and Mrs. Fisher, I do think that there needs to be some sort of parameter around the split because we've discussed it so much, and in order to start putting back some of those steps into place and trying to balance out pay. And I know that we need to take action on this, whether it is to punt it to the next meeting or to add different language, but I feel like we've done a lot of discussion, so I'm open to taking the next step, but I'm not sure what our next step needs to be.
Mrs. O'Brien, I'm just going to ask Mrs. Moffett one question, then I'm sure you've got something else, okay?
That's great.
Is there any type of a time crunch on doing this tonight, or can we have our concerns and perhaps set something up as Mrs. Fisher was looking at? Or is there some kind of a reason why this has to be done tonight?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, regarding the tentative agreement, the items listed specifically here, we could come back to the table, make some adjustments to it, bring it back to the governing board for a meeting later in June. The process itself, the board's discussion today on the greater process that is not outlined in the tentative is something that there really is no immediate, at least in my opinion, emergency. We could take more time to really talk about that process and look at options. We actually have had quite a bit of dialogue around some of the things that you have all mentioned. Could even provide you with some of our thoughts on that moving forward. But back to the tentative agreement. I think that if you'd be willing this evening to offer us what you're thinking regarding the parameters or the bumpers, the numbers that you're seeking, we could take that back to our group and have a discussion regarding that. And then my follow-up question on that would also be, would the board desire that parallel language in the classified manual? The classified manual looks like what we are proposing the certified manual read, and that's that there would be a split, but the classified manual does not have numbers included in it. So if you're looking for those bumpers, is that something that you want to be consistent among the groups, or is this specific to the certified group?
Mrs. O'Brien, and then my answer to that is that certified or classified, I guess we want it uniform, but I've not ever seen them not do that. Mrs. O'Brien?
Could we also hear from Dr. Finch relative to the timing question?
Ms. Moffett is correct that it is not an emergency. And Mr. Harley is also correct, is finding people this time of year is getting more difficult by the minute. So getting a nice collection of data will be difficult. That being said, I think the leadership can be assembled, which Harley works with, and could honor some of your angles. They've heard several hours now on what you're thinking. So I think it's pretty obvious what you are thinking as a group. So they could go and come back in a couple of weeks. From a preference perspective, I like to close the book on a year and then start another year as soon as possible. I like to everything. I don't like to drag into the next year issues that are from the previous year. So July 1 is what I would recommend that we would put this to bed. And if we can't make a decision on a specific topic, give it to them as a direction to spend time discussing into next year. That's what we've done historically. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. So just remember that when you're going to be giving recommendations for them to work on topics for next year, it may or may not make it to the finish line, as we saw with the 60-40, and we've talked about this for many years. And so that's one example. But to answer your question, yes, you can punt it. I would give them more than one meeting, maybe two, to get, and then you've obviously given them the 3 or 4 topics that they need to look at. But going into July, I would not recommend it go too deep into the next school year.
So if they come back by what would be the June 28th meeting?
Correct. But remember, yeah, and all that, we have many other items that are coming up on that meeting as well. So, yes.
Well, if they're able to come back by June 14th, that would be great. But the latest would be June 28th. That'd
be my recommendation, yes, if you're going to go this route.
Okay, then, I listed my suggestions for changes that need to be made. I think the one that I skipped over is also that one of those NST certified team members have less than 7 years experience. I think that it's important that there's a broad range of perspective and lenses. And I just think that's one part of the puzzle that we're missing in that area. I am fine with Mrs. Ordway's recommendation that the manuals be uniform and relative to putting some numbers with the split so that it doesn't come back as 99-1 as Mrs. Reed had suggested. I would be open to that range being for the flat part anywhere from 50 to 70% and the percentage being 30 to 50 on my numbers, but that's just my suggestion.
Mrs. O'Brien and Ms. Moffett and Mr. McLarino, and Dr. Finch. I think there were some specifics that we all might have mentioned tonight, and I would suggest that perhaps if we get our suggestions, ask for the rationalizations, get the figures. Mrs. O'Brien, think about a time frame for this, but if we got all of this in by, then you could tell us what you can know. But I believe that at least for a few of the board members, the at least 60-40 split is not going to be something that might be open to a lot of discussion. So, and the uniformity, yes. Mrs. O'Brien, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm happy to send in my suggestions and would, ask the other board members to, if they have any additional ones, to send theirs in as well. And that we get it back on the agenda as soon as we possibly can.
And then, Dr. Finch, could you talk to your fabulous crew and let us know what our time frame will be?
Sure, we can do that. Well, it sounds like I'm thinking best case scenario would be the 28th.
Mrs. Fisher, does that sound like a reasonable request, an idea? Mrs. Paperman? Okay, so,
do we need a motion to bring this back on June 28th?
well, I can amend the, yeah.
I move that
I think a motion to,
I move that we
Table it?
table
But we
this item to the June 28th meeting.
second.
Was that a question?
No, she said second.
I said second, sorry.
Okay, I was just looking to see if Ms. Moffat's face. She ran away. Okay, all those in favor of that, say aye.
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 Aye. Is
Aye.
that 5?
Table it till the 28th.
Yes, we're going to table it to the July, did I say July? I meant to say June 28th meeting. Okay. I can't hear you.
Go ahead and vote.
All those in favor say aye.
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 And we still have 5 votes for that. And thank you, association people, for being here. Steve, you were so quiet. No, all right. So now what you've all been waiting for sitting at that table, let's get to our grade 7-12 science curriculum materials adoption portion of our evening.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. Tonight, Christine Allred, our Science CIS, and I will share a preview of the 7-12 Science Adoption Committee's recommendation for the middle school and high school materials to be implemented in the 22-23 school year. I'm going to turn it over to Christine now.
Good evening, President O'Brien, members of the board, and Dr. Finch. Our committee was made up of teachers. Sorry, got to remember to advance my slide, sorry. Our committee was made up of teachers, parents, and community members across the district that represented the general education, special education, and gifted education perspectives. This adoption process started in February and concluded in May. The 7-12 science curriculum materials adoption was widely publicized. Requests for committee members were posted on the district website and sent by email to all DVUSD parents for grades 6 through 12. The 7-12 science curriculum materials adoption was publicized on the district website via email to district parents, flyers, school marquees, and communication with teachers. Flyers were distributed to all K-8, middle school, and high school campuses to advertise the formation of the committee and the review of the materials. These flyers were also available in the district office, posted in the case outside the district office, and posted in the window of the governing board room lobby. An introductory video explained the adoption process and provided an explanation of the Arizona Science Standards and best instructional practices. Reviewers could click directly on a link to the resource and were provided with a demo username and password where needed. A separate Google form was linked for each vendor to review the products submitted for consideration. Hard copies of materials provided by vendors were also available in the governing board lobby. The Arizona Department of Education adopted new science standards in October of 2018. Over the past several years, teams of teachers have developed middle school and high school science curriculum that aligns with best instructional practices and content to align our district curriculum with the new science standards. As our licenses expire from our previous adoption at the end of May 2022, the committee, with input from teachers and the community, are recommending resources to support teachers and students with implementing the district curriculum. Where possible and practical, the committee has recommended open education resources, OERs, and selected paid resources where necessary. Open education resources are learning, teaching, and research materials in any format and medium that reside in the public domain or are under copyright that have been released under an open license that permit no-cost access, reuse, repurpose, adaptation, and redistribution by others. A number of open education resources are available to the educational community, so it's important to vet and guide teachers as to which open education resources would be acceptable to use with students. By adopting a variety of resources, teachers have the flexibility to select the appropriate resources for their students within the context of our district curriculum. The open education resources that we are recommending were created by universities and leaders in science education, such as the BSCS Learning Team at the University of Colorado Boulder, Rice University, Northwestern University, and are supported by the National Science Foundation. The new standards required a shift in instructional practice for all K-12 science teachers and updated materials to support the transition. In DVUSD, we embarked on a 3-year phased transition to support teaching and learning with the new Arizona Science Standards. In the fall of 2018 to the spring of 2019, DVUSD curriculum teams began unwrapping standards, developing performance level descriptors, and evaluating existing resources for their ability to support the new standards in 3-dimensional instruction. At the high school level, this also included creating course pathways to ensure all students receive instructions in the 28 essential standards as required by the state of Arizona. In the spring and summer of 2019, curriculum teams began developing units to support the new standards. Units include pacing guides, scope and sequence, as well as specific lessons and resources for use in district science classrooms. A phased rollout for the new standards began in the 2019-20 school year, with implementation in grades 3, 6, and 9. These grade levels represent the beginning of a grade band whose standards are measured on the AZ-SCI assessment. In the spring of 2019, new materials were adopted for K2 to support the new science standards. Curriculum documents were created with pacing documents, scope and sequence, and supporting materials for teachers. The DVEF Science Center created new science kits to support the implementation of the new curriculum. In the spring of 2020, new materials were adopted for grades 3 through 6 to support their new science standards. The curriculum documents again were created with pacing documents, scope and sequence, and supporting materials for the teachers, and the DVEF Science Center again created new kits for the implementation of this new curriculum. The 2021 school year saw the implementation of new standards in grades K2, 4, 7, and 10. In the 2021-22 school year, grades 5, 8, 11, and 12 implemented the new standards, completing the 3-year phased rollout. Students in grades 5, 8, and 11 took the AZ-SCI assessment for the first time this spring. Work on district curriculum documents has been ongoing since the fall of 2018, refining curricular units and support materials. As new curricular resources are adopted, they are integrated into the district curriculum document and Canvas materials for each grade level. We'll provide a brief overview of the resources that are recommended for adoption. For grades 7 through 12, Explore Learning Gizmos is the world's largest library of interactive online simulations for math and science education in grades 3 through 12. Gizmos help students develop a deep understanding of challenging concepts through inquiry and exploration. Teachers use gizmos as dynamic what-if tools to help students move beyond memorizing to true understanding. Each simulation is ideal for small group work, individual exploration, or whole class instruction using an LCD projector or integrated interactive whiteboard. Teachers in DVUSD have been using this resource in 7-12 classrooms for the past 5 years with great success. CK12 is an online educational content site sponsored by the CK12 Foundation, a nonprofit that desires to increase worldwide K-12 access to high-quality STEM content. In addition to traditional text-based material, CK12's material is available in more than a dozen other modalities, such as videos, quizzes, flashcards, and simulations, or interactive content that brings visualization to abstract concepts. Data Nuggets are a supplemental resource designed to bring contemporary research and authentic data into classrooms. Data Nuggets feature a scientist role model and the story of what inspired their research. This is an open education resource that can be used to support learning in life science standards in grades 7 through 12. Each nugget features scientific research that is happening in doctoral science programs across the country, addressing a variety of topics in the life sciences. These resources were created for students by Michigan State University in cooperation with BSCS, a leader in science education based at the University of Colorado Boulder. Data Nuggets are funded through a National Science Foundation grant. Founded in 2002 by Nobel laureate Carl Wyman, the PhET Interactive Simulations Project at the University of Colorado Boulder creates free interactive math and science simulations. PhET Sims are based on extensive education research and engage students through an intuitive, game-like environment where students learn through exploration and discovery. They emphasize the connections between real-life phenomena and the underlying science, and help make the visual and conceptual models of expert scientists accessible to students. PhET simulations are primarily developed for and tested with university and high school students, but have found to be educational and fun for students from grade school to grad school. PhET simulations are highly interactive and versatile and are widely used in DVUSD classrooms. For middle school, our open site curricular materials were designed to provide exemplary instructional science materials that are based on research regarding how students learn, what motivates learning, and the implications for teaching. They're developed with educators and extensively tested by teachers and schools. They're designed to be used with low-cost, standard laboratory equipment and materials amenable to large-scale deployment and improved over time based on feedback from teachers and field testing. Open science curricular materials were developed by a consortium with partners from the BSCS Learning Team, Northwestern University's Next Gen Science Storylines, Boston College, the University of Colorado Boulder, and the Charles A. Dana Center from the University of Texas at Austin. The committee recommends the purchase of the hands-on materials from Activate Learning to support this curriculum for 7th grade science. In 8th grade, the science curriculum team has compiled a list of the materials necessary to implement the curriculum that was designed by our 8th grade science teachers. In high school, the committee is recommending Pivot Interactives, which are an award-winning platform for online simulations. Students manipulate variable physical parameters of events through experimental design, allowing them to tinker as they conduct their own authentic scientific investigations. Students watch and wonder, then do and know. There are thousands of interactive activities that span all the core areas of science. For forensic science, Diablo Highway contains 11 lessons and 9 lab activities for high school students based on the double murder of Hazel Fromm and her daughter Nancy that occurred in March 1938 on a desert road in southwest Texas. Diablo Highway is a problem-based learning module that compels the application of science through real-world problem solving. Students interact with content both online and through hands-on investigations. Savas and McGraw-Hill resources include online textbooks as well as supplemental resources for students. OpenStax is part of Rice University, which is a 501c nonprofit charitable organization. Their mission is to improve educational access and learning for everyone. They do this by publishing openly licensed books, developing and improving research-based courseware, establishing partnerships with educational resource companies, and more. All of the OpenStax recommended texts include an online student textbook, a Canvas course cartridge for teachers to assign the textbook through Canvas, instructor's guides, PowerPoint slides, image banks, guided lecture notes, customizable Google Docs and forms, and solution guides. Free webinars, both live and recorded, are available to support teachers through implementation. Georgia Virtual Learning courses are open education courses that offer a free text resource for a number of classes. This web-based resource is easy to navigate and does not require student or teacher's accounts to access. Professional opportunities will be available in multiple formats. Sessions will be included in July's Tech Fest. There will be scheduled vendor presentations, on-demand training sessions through vendor websites, and on-demand through CIA-created course modules. If approved, we will submit an order at the beginning of July. The majority of the adoption consists of digital licenses, which will be received in time for the start of the school year. The open education resources will be available through Canvas or through the resource website before the end of June. Professional development will be delivered in August. The resource will be fully implemented in the 2022-23 school year. We appreciate the board's time and attention today as we presented our recommendations for curriculum materials for science in grades 7 through 12. If approved, these materials will be provided for teachers in time for implementation during the 2022-23 school year. Professional development will be provided to all teachers that includes how to access the materials, as well as the expectation that all teachers should utilize the district-adopted resources and district curriculum for all science courses.
The resources that Chris just presented align with the Arizona Science Standards for grades 7-12. Over 13,000 Deer Valley students in grades 7-12 will benefit from these science resources that integrate digital, in-person, and hands-on components. The 7-12 science adoption, including tax and shipping, will be just over $1 million, $1 million, as you see there, and is within the budgeted amount for curricular adoptions in the 22-23 school year. We will bring this adoption topic back to you as an action item at the June 14th board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mrs. Reed? Mrs. Reed, do you have any questions? Okay. Mrs. O'Brien?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Finch? Okay, so I guess if we have any questions, we can feel free to email them and have clarification. Thank you so very much. I guess that means that we'll go to our governing board reports. Mrs. Fisher? Or Mrs. Reed?
I'm here. Sorry, I'm having problems listening, so I have to listen to the live stream too. It takes a couple of seconds to switch over.
Would you like to give your board report?
You ready for my board report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we had an exciting couple of weeks with the last few weeks of school. We had amazing graduations that were pulled off by Mrs. Myers. A couple of hiccups with some little things here and there, but overall it was fantastic. It was great to see all of the high schoolers move on to the next level of their education or the next stage in their life, and to see all of the families that were there that were able to come this year was really wonderful. I also had the opportunity to represent the board and the district at my daughter's 8th grade promotion, which was just an extra little benefit for me being a governing board member and a mom, that one of those once in a lifetime opportunities. So thankful that I had that. Just want to wish all of our teachers and our parents and students a wonderful summer. I hope that everyone is able to rest and recuperate a little bit and get ready for the next school year, and hope and pray that it is a quote unquote normal school year. I think we're all ready for normal. I would be remiss if I didn't just mention that my heart is very heavy for our country and all of the parents are awaiting news in Texas tonight. And I know that with the recent issues that we've had in our district with a lockdown situation, I know that just in reading social media today that it brought back some thoughts and feelings and memories for some of our Boulder Creek students and their parents. And I am hopeful that that there are resources that are available to them, that there might be resources available for the district to help provide them if some of our students are having some flashbacks with that, or experiencing some trauma, that they might be able to call the district office, and the district might be able to point them in a direction where they are able to have some assistance and get some help with counseling this summer. It's an unfortunate thing that we are continuing to have acts of violence like this. I was a senior in high school when Columbine happened, and nothing has seemed to have gotten better in our country since then in regards to school violence and school shootings. I'm hopeful that as we continue to move forward as a district, that we will have that study session regarding our school safety, and just follow up to make sure that our processes and procedures are buttoned up and top notch, like we discussed several weeks ago. So I look forward to continuing that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Mrs. Fisher?
I'm going to keep it fairly short. The graduations, as always, were wonderful. I call graduation week as payday week for board members. Because I will tell you, my husband tells me all the time, honey, why do you do this? And I have various reasons, but at the end of the day, my main reason is to watch the kids and to help these kids and make sure we have what they need to be successful. And it is awesome to see the successes that we have with these kids. I would like to see some more acknowledgement of some of our students. I would like to see some of our standards set better in the future. And I will bring those forward for next year. But it's awesome to see these kids. And with each time you see something that one of them does, whether it's a choir or an individual kid or whatever, you think, oh, that one's the one. That's the best one. Or that's the best one. And then you just keep going and you kind of start taking a tally. You know, I don't know why we do that, but we do. But I just have to give one little extra shout out to the choir teacher at Terramar. Those kids are young. They're just graduating, you know, 8th grade. And then some of the other kids were 7th graders because they ran out of the stands. And they performed for us. And I got to tell you, I'm sure the kids are talented, but that choir director, that teacher, and I don't even know her name, but I walked up to her and I said, "You rock." Those kids were so awesome. It was beautiful. I wish I had recorded both songs, but you know, you have to, like, you know, you can't do that during the pledge and stuff, or during the national anthem. But it was beautiful. By far, I'm looking forward to seeing those kids in high school. Because it was just impressive. Beyond that, I am going to just do a minimal note for what happened today. And I've got to tell you, I am blissfully of everything that actually happened. I had staff meetings back to back all day long. And, but when I walked out of my office, my secretary said, you got to Google, something happened. And I said, nope, I'm not going to. She told me how many children had died. We have to protect our children, and we have to do something about our mentally ill, because I don't know who would shoot a child or harm a child, but it's happening too often. And I just ask that everybody hug your kids tonight, because you can't, and pray, or yes, pray for those parents, because you can't, I couldn't imagine losing one of my babies, and I feel very sad for those parents. But I also know that it just shows us how much more responsibility we have here to make sure that it's not our babies here. And so I agree with Ms. Reed. I think I look forward to us continuing to tighten up our restrictions. And parents, if we keep some of them quiet, there's a reason they're kept quiet. And honestly, if we have to invest more money into different methodology, different screenings, different camera setups, or I know that there's a smoke setup or a mister setup. There's a lot of different opportunities for us. I just ask other board members to consider this a priority as well, and maybe we think outside the box, because I don't ever want to hear of a Deer Valley school being in the situation that happened in Texas. And that's it for me. Thank you to all of our teachers for the end of the year. Enjoy your rest, even though I know you're going to work anyways. but have a great summer, and come back, please. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mrs. Paperman?
This weekend, I had a lot of discussion with teachers and parents. I know it seems like it was not brought up to this board meeting, but it was on standard-based grading. So it's very hurtful to see their children not understanding why they got a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. There's no explanation. Even the parents will ask the teachers, well, what determines a 4, what determines a 3? There's no explanation. So I did talk to a lot of teachers from different schools. They're having also not giving me the same answer of what determines a 4, 3, or 2, or 1. So I wasn't here on the last board meeting, but I truly believe that this needs to go back to the agenda for review. If we put it in place because we want it to how it works and it's not working, then we need to fix it. If these grades were affecting our kids, we need to go back to the way they were and fix those grades, because this is not just for these children. And if the teachers are not giving clarification from different schools of what does it mean, what a 4 is, and they cannot explain it, or what does it mean what a 3 is, or then this is not working. So I'm not sure if this was brought to the agenda, but if not, I would like to request to bring back the standard-based grading back to the agenda for review and consideration, stopping for further implementations and evaluation, also reversing from the schools that are in.
I second that request. That is how it works in policy.
Mrs. Paperman?
Yes.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Yeah. Because I know you said something. I didn't think you were done, but go ahead.
I'm seconding her request per policy.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, second my request. This is something that we need to look into. Also, surveys. Surveys of that I've been talking to the parents and teachers. The surveys, they don't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be measuring what it's supposed to be measuring, or they feel that, for example, like what I said today, well, did you survey the individuals if they want to keep the calendar the same way, or it's just going to be 2 options, A and B? So I'm realizing that survey is an issue in our district. I did some research. I did talk to other governing boards that were in our district from before, and they also stated that yes, we do have an issues with survey. If it's DVA, there's what I hear is other survey question might be missed. So I'm just hoping that in the future, I know we're going to have an election in November, that the governing board will take into consideration that we need to be involved in those surveys. We need to be part of that. We need to have more accountability for us to be getting the data. Yes, to have a committee, but I truly believe the governing board needs to take more control in supporting the staff, the district administration, because if it goes through us, I believe that we will get true data, because even as a teacher, when I get a survey from my district, and I'm going to be completely honest, you know what, talk to teachers, they're not. So hopefully in the future, governing boards will consider to be more involved with our community, with our parents, with our teachers, and have more transparency. Graduation, I would like to congratulate every student that graduated. It's still painful for me because of the 2020 students did not have those opportunities. What is interesting is I thought that we were going to move on, but many community members know that I also had a child that did not walk the 2020. And it was interesting that I got a lot of messages and hurtful, and one student had a child and she said, oh, I will never have an opportunity of, having that experience of graduation because she may not go to college. Some students may go to trade school, or students that were first generation. So I just hope that the next governing board that comes in, we need to listen to our community. We need to listen to our parents. We need to listen to our students. If something is not working, then we need to fix it. If for example, the 2020, we could have thought out of the box. Did we do that? No, we didn't. We failed our kids. And this time, we're not going to fail our kids with this grading system because many students got hurt with this grading system. Teachers are not going to go to the district and talk because they're afraid. And a lot of them told me that they are afraid. So we need to have some changes for the future, and I strongly believe the governing board needs to take more control, and I strongly believe in surveys, that we need to take control on the surveys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Paperman. Mrs. O'Brien?
I don't have a board report this evening.
Is that because you can't speak? Would you like me to say how great the graduations were that you watched and you addressed?
Yeah, I'm going to do double the board report next time.
Go ahead.
I said my report's going to be double next time. Thank you.
Did you say double the pleasure next time? It sounds great. Congratulations to all those promoted, to all those that helped them promote, those that graduated. It's always nice to see our ROTC, and sometimes we look at shoes. It used to always be female shoes, but this year the boys won. They had the most colorful, sparkly, glittery shoes ever, and they were great. And ROTC used to help those young ladies with the heels down the steps so they didn't get caught, but the girls are getting a little bit better at not wearing those heels. And the coolest thing happened. One of the graduates walked down, the ROTC cadet stuck his hand out, and they shook hands, and the smile on both of their faces was awesome. So our camaraderie amongst different high schools where people don't know because we don't have 5 ROTCs is beautiful. The promotions that took place at Boulder Creek for Gavilan Peak and Diamond Canyon also were wonderful. And it was nice to see the jazz quartet from Boulder Creek play for now I can't remember if it was Gavilan Peak or Diamond Canyon. Well, whichever one they played for, it was awesome. I think it was the first one. So we had choir, we had this, we had students talking about how they lived through the great COVID time, and that was both the 8th grade speakers and the high school speakers. I thought our 5 representatives from the teaching ranks that spoke at the graduations, although I did hear 4 and got to read the 5th one because I was sick, were just filled with positivity and gratefulness, and they described their children as those kind of people that we were going to be able to be around. Standards-based grading, I've heard a myriad of information. Students, teachers, parents that don't quite get it. And when you hear all of the different versions of what people think it is, I think we probably need to, I don't know, have a talk about it and see if it's a mindset change that we could make so quickly in the midst of just getting out of a pandemic. Other than that, I'm going to be done and putting it over to Dr. Finch. And I would tell everybody here to have a great summer. I mean, you will, but you'll be here. So all those 9-month employees, I hope you're enjoying your Taco Tuesday.
Thank you, Ms. O. I just wanted to remind the public to if you do get a chance, to go back and watch all the awards that were here earlier in the evening. We had a packed house in here. It's neat to see Deer Valley win everything. It's fun. We've had the last 3 board meetings, we just flat running out of time. And so we've had to push awards into next year. There's some more we got in today. So that's neat to see that happening. We had the end of the year sub celebration in this room a week ago or so, and that's neat to celebrate those super subs that have been helping us. The good news is several of them have signed up to be teachers. So I don't know if it was Jenna's inspirational speech or they just finally decided to jump in and help us out, but we have had a lot of our subs jump over the line and sign up. We had about 60 teachers at our orientation. So hopefully we can get some more in the last couple days. We had our big retirement event. That went well. That was at O'Connor and did a nice job there. I think it worked better there than Goldwater because of the ramps. We could get people on and off, so we might continue to keep it there. I thought it worked really well. It was a great celebration. Packed house there as well. And last but not least, last couple of days we've had our professional learning community conference, our first annual, and Dr. Chunas led that charge, and over 800 staff members showed up for that. As we march to being the best school district in all of Arizona, we know that our PLC model is a key ingredient to our success. So thanks to Dr. Chunas and team that put that together. Many of the presentations were done by our own staff, which is not unusual for Deer Valley. So it was widely attended and highly successful. So maybe next year we'll host other school districts that will want to come and check us out as well. So that's what I have for today. Thanks.
Right, there are future meetings, and I'll make a motion to adjourn our meeting at, I think it says 10:14. All those in favor say aye.
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 And we will take maybe a couple of second break there, Mrs. O'Brien, and we'll go into the conference room.
Okay, great. Thank you.